Chapter 1770. On the same day, the news of Qin Haoran's son joining the sect of all times spread. Everyone was surprised. Those who were familiar with Jun Changxiao's past had more or less heard that Qin Haoran had made things difficult for him in the early stages. How could he accept his son? Jun Patriarch is indeed magnanimous. He is indeed a role model for our generation. Everyone's admiration for Jun Changxiao was like a torrential river. Qin Haoran cried the whole night after returning home. He knew better than anyone that Jun Changxiao was actually helping him by accepting his son. Although the sect of all times had not caused trouble for him, he had always lived in fear and trepidation. He even lived in seclusion in Qingyang City, not daring to show his face. The reason was because of the past grudges. He was afraid of being criticized. He was especially afraid that his son would be treated unfairly because of him. For example, the two direct descendants of the AI family he met outside the city. The previous generation of the AI family was very close to Jun Changxiao. Naturally, they had heard of the past, so they directly beat them up. Did you think they were bad? No. They just couldn't accept that Qin Haoran had blasphemed against their idol. It had been a long time. Jun Changxiao didn't pursue the matter, and the AI family didn't care either. However, the young direct descendants couldn't suppress their anger and vented it on Qin Lin. Their father made a mistake. Their son also made a mistake. This was their view. Jun Changxiao accepted Qin Lin not only because of his talent, but also to tell the world that the grudges of the previous generation shouldn't involve the future generation. At the same time, he also saved Qin Haoran. He was finally not treading on thin ice anymore. At least he could hold his head high in front of others. This was not to forcefully whitewash Jun Changxiao. From the beginning to the end, he had always believed that every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. He would never implicate the innocent. Because of his silly style, everyone saw happiness. In fact, the world of martial arts was very cruel. Jun Changxiao wanted to work hard to integrate and be a lawless person who did whatever he wanted. However, he still had to stick to his bottom line. Junior brother. In a simple and unadorned house, Li Qingyang said, "This will be your temporary residence. If you perform well in the future, you can move to an independent courtyard." "Thank you, senior brother," said Qin Lin. Joining the sect of all times had always been his dream. Now that his dream had come true, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. His excitement was written all over his face. "Here are 2 sets of school uniforms for you to change into. There's also a sect manual. Take a look at it when you have time." Li Qingyang was very patient with the new disciples. If it were Yi Xingqian, he would have definitely pulled a long face the entire time. "Yes." Qin Lin nodded heavily. However, when he turned around to look at the so-called manual on the table, his eyes widened. "So thick. There's no other way." Li Qingyang said, "Our sect has a lot of principles." It was more than that. It was simply terrifying. Qin Lin stayed in the room for an entire night before he pushed open the door in a daze. In the end, an old face appeared in front of him, and he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. "Little Qin." Gongsun Ho smiled and said, "Are you interested in joining the Star Gathering Peak?" When Jun Changxiao announced that Qin Lin was joining the sect, he received the news. Yesterday, he kept an eye on him and secretly exclaimed. The patriarch's eyes were indeed sharp. This was definitely a piece of good jade. No. He had to pull him over no matter what. "Little guy." At this time, Ryu Sinan appeared at the door and said, "There's no future in joining the Star Gathering Peak. Only joining the Yearning Peak is a wise choice." My Duan Cho Peak has something to say. Bailey Qiancho also came. Ever since Yuan Gongzi set the peak competition, the elders of the sect of all times liked to stare at the new disciples. Qin Lin was also a good seedling. They definitely would not miss it. Little Qin, come to my Yama Peak. Little Qin, come to my Wujue Peak. After a while, Jiangye, Old Ding, and the others also came. They crowded outside the room, arguing and arguing. In the end, they directly wrestled with each other. Qin Lin awkwardly crawled out from the crowd and looked back at the group of higher-ups tearing their hair and faces. He said in shock, "Too scary." At this time, his vision suddenly darkened. He looked up and saw two young people standing in front of him, blocking the sun. Yifeng reached out and said, "Let's go and cultivate." The elders are very enthusiastic about the new disciples. You'll get used to it slowly. Lin Yi joked. Qin Lin was helped up. He patted the dust off his body and scratched his head with a smile. "Look over here." Suddenly, a shout came from a distant tree. The three instinctively turned their heads. Pa! Li Tian, who had been squatting on the treetop for a long time, took the opportunity to press the shutter button. A close-up photo of 3 second-generation disciples of the Sect of all times supporting each other was born. The news of Qin Haoran's son joining the Sect of all times was still spreading. Everyone thought that Jun Changxiao's bearing was extraordinary. Of course, the Sacred Spring Sect and other forces also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there had been conflicts when the Iron Bone Sect was developing. Jun Patriarch has let bygones be bygones and recruited Qin Haoran's son. He probably won't target us. An elder of the Sacred Spring Sect said. I hope so. The Sacred Spring Sect's Patriarch Jin said bitterly. Back then, the conflict between the two sects stemmed from the destruction of the Spirit Spring Sect. The Sacred Spring Sect forcefully stood up for them. The two sides only made an agreement to fight. The problem wasn't very big. Of course, there were also serious problems, such as the Taixien Xingzong. This sect not only expelled Lu Qianqian back then, but also crippled her cultivation. However, the position of Patriarch was temporarily replaced by Xia Shuiyun's grandfather. The grudge between the two sides had actually been resolved long ago. Oh right, there was also the Lily Holy Sect. The grudge between this sect and the Sect of all times stemmed from the matter between Xiao Ziji and Murong Exin. However, after the 3-year agreement, Jun Changxiao didn't pay attention to it anymore. Because his disciple had taken back the dignity that had been trampled on. Even his current achievements made them look up to him like ants at the foot of a mountain. Liyang City. Xiao Ziji, dressed in black, walked in. Although the world had changed, the city buildings were still the same. Therefore, when he walked on the streets, a long-lost sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. This was the place where he grew up. He was once the center of attention. After winning the intersect tournament, he didn't come here again. Big brother. A child stopped in front of him and looked up at him. You're not a local, right? Yeah. Xiao Zui nodded in agreement. Are you here to visit your family? I don't have any family. This sentence was very plain, but there was a hint of bitterness in it. Since everyone from the Falling Star continent entered the Eternal World, many of their fellow sect members and relatives met and even went down the mountain to visit occasionally. Only he, who was a local of the Azure Sun County, had always been cultivating in the sect. If he hadn't accepted a sect mission and happened to pass by Liyang City, he might not have come here in his lifetime. Then why are you here? To take a look. Xiao Ziji patted the child's head and walked alone on the familiar street. Because he had been away for a long time, his youthfulness had faded and he had become more mature. Therefore, he wasn't recognized by passers-by. Although the Xiao family is declining now, a talented direct descendant emerged a few decades ago, a storyteller under a big locust tree said. Later, for some unknown reason, this genius realm regressed from transcendent to mediocre. First, his fiancée broke off the engagement, and then he was expelled from the Xiao family. Since then, he has been wandering around. So miserable. Many children looked sympathetic. However, the storyteller changed the topic and said, Heaven never bars one's way. This genius was lucky enough to be a disciple of the sect of all times. Wow. And then, Xiao Ziji sat in the tea-house and listened to the story about him quietly. A smile appeared on his face. Indeed. He was able to be a disciple of the sect of all times and become a disciple of the patriarch. Heaven never bars one's way. Xiao Ziji put down the teacup and looked at the graceful figure standing outside the locust tree. He was surprised and said, "Why is she in Liang City?" Chapter 1771. Far away from the big pagoda tree, a woman stood gracefully. Black hair fluttered in the wind, slender eyebrows, eyes like the moon. It's her. Xiao Ziji was stunned. Why is she in Liang City? Who? Murong Xian. The girl who took the initiative to come to the Xiao family to break off the engagement had matured a lot, and time did not leave any traces on her face. Xiao Ziji was very surprised. Shouldn't she be in the Lily Saint sect? Shouldn't she be in the Murong family in Sky Sea City? Why was she in Liang City? Grandpa's son. At this time, a child asked. Xiao Ziji has become a disciple of the sect of all times. Where is his former fiancée? She left. The storyteller said, she left the Lily Saint sect and has not been heard from since. She must be regretting it. To be able to become a core disciple of the sect of all times, Xiao Ziji is no longer the same as before. How can an ordinary girl be worthy of him? Everyone had their own opinions and were discussing amongst themselves. In my opinion, the one who regrets it the most is the Xiao family. No wonder in just a few decades they have fallen to a mediocre family. It's all because of what they did back then. In the distance, Murong Xian silently turned and left. Complicated emotions appeared in her eyes. She sighed and said to herself, because of the engagement, I am destined to be talked about. There was no denying it. She could only look up to that man's current achievements. But if she could do it all over again, she would still choose to break off the engagement, because the two of them had no feelings for each other. Everything was decided by the family. But she would change her method. At least not when he was in the most difficult time. Murong Xian walked out of Liang City, walking on a road that led to an unknown place. In the past, she was a direct disciple of the Lily Saint sect, but now she had already left the sect and wandered the world alone. Occasionally, she would think of the things she did when she was young and ignorant, and her heart would be filled with regret. Murong Xian said bitterly, just as Master said, this will become a heart demon that I can't get rid of for the rest of my life. Suddenly, she stopped, because a black-clothed martial artist walked past her. Although she could not see his appearance, although there was a sense of mystery, Murong Xian still subconsciously shouted, Xiao Ziji? The black-clothed man did not stop, did not answer, and continued to walk forward. Murong Xian hurriedly chased after him. However, the distance between the two parties grew wider and wider until they stopped at the end of a road. The black-clothed man had already disappeared. Xiao Ziji! Murong Xian shouted, I know it's you. Silence. There was no reply. Murong Xian did not care. She said the words that she had suppressed for many years. I don't want to use my ignorance as an excuse. I just want to say, I'm sorry. Hoo-hoo. The wind blew and leaves flew all over the sky. Murong Xian lowered her head, turned around and left with a depressed look. Standing on a distant mountain peak, Xiao Ziji's gaze did not fluctuate at all. He muttered to himself, I've long forgotten about the past. Why do you keep it in your heart? Junior brother. Hurry up and leave. Su Xiama urged. Xiao Ziji glanced at the receding figure, and then went to meet up with his senior brother without looking back. The love of a lifetime from the Chinese novel Journey to the West rang out in the sky. Junior brother, did someone call you just now? Senior brother, you misheard. Hey, I don't want to scold you. You're almost 40 years old. It's not a good idea to be single all the time. If you meet a good girl, you should quickly develop your relationship with her. You see, even someone like junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma shut his mouth, because Yi Xingqian was staring at him. Love and hate rose in the sea of bitterness. It was hard to escape from fate in the world. There were not only various tribes migrating in the eternal world, but also many ferocious demonic beasts. They were scheduled to live in fixed areas, far away from the cities where they lived. In Jun Changxiao's plan, each tribe had its own territory, and there were also areas suitable for demonic beasts to live in. In the future, they could come and experience on their own. The rich nature of heaven and earth could only help them improve their realms faster. But to truly possess absolute strength, they had to go through life and death trials. For example, the Demon's Valley. It was a gathering place for all kinds of demonic beasts. Don't ask when he got them. Jun Changxiao caught them when he passed by other planes when he went to the Tianwei secret land. Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, and Su Xiaoma stood outside the Demon's Valley with their heads held high. They came here to complete the task of eliminating the giant black pincer's scorpion inside. Of course, this was only one of the tasks. There were also 2 core disciples' tasks, which they had already finished because they were on the way. They are disciples of the Sect of all times. Are they also here to experience? So mighty. All the tribes settled down in the eternal world. Since they had nothing to do, they came to the Demon's Valley in groups of 3 or 5 to seek excitement. So at the moment, hundreds of people gathered at the entrance. I hope this so-called giant black pincer scorpion won't let us down, Su Xiaoma said. The previous 2 core disciples' tasks were also to hunt demonic beasts, but they reached the destination easily. It was really not challenging at all. There was no other way. The demonic beasts they caught were generally not strong. With their current cultivation, they could easily crush them. You shouldn't have asked me to come for this kind of easy task. Yi Xingqian looked unhappy. He would rather go to the heavenly prestige secret realm and be tortured by Lord Guan Yu than to torture demonic beasts, because it was really not helpful for martial arts. We have to do the core disciples task. Let's go. Su Xiaoma said, let's go. The 3 of them went to the Demon's Valley. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene inside because there were demonic beasts in sight. There were snakes, spiders, lions, tigers, and alpacas. There were more species than a zoo. Roar! Roar! All kinds of roars were heard, which made people shudder. Help! In the depths of the valley, a warrior of a tribe was asking for help. He was chased by a group of small spiders. The demonic beasts in the Demon's Valley were not strong, but there were too many of them. If a warrior accidentally provoked too many demonic beasts, he would definitely be beaten to death. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma pointed in a direction and said in surprise, your ex-fiancé. Xiao Ziji turned and saw Murong Xian holding a 3-foot sharp sword and fighting with a demonic beast. Her wrist and back were stained with blood. It seemed that she was scratched. Tsk. Su Xiaoma held his chin and said, this woman has broken through to the lower void-piercing realm. Let's go. Xiao Ziji turned and said, let's go find the black pincer scorpion. I'm afraid your ex-fiancé can't hold on much longer. Su Xiaoma said, are you sure you want to leave her to die? Yi Xingqian, who had been silent, said, the patriarch created the Demon's Valley to let warriors experience life and death. Since she came in, she should be prepared to die. That's true. Su Xiaoma looked at Xiao Ziji and said, let's do the task first. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard. Murong Xian was blown away and hit the edge of the wall like a broken leaf. Her face was extremely pale under her messy hair. Roar! The giant demonic beast dragged its body and rushed in front of her. Its forelimbs were raised high and pressed down with great force. This force could even smash a hard stone into powder, let alone an injured person. Let's go, let's go. Su Xiaoma said, hurry up and find the black pincer. Junior brother Xiao, where are you? Bang! There was an explosion behind them. The demonic beast that pounced on Murong Xian turned into a bloody mist. Xiao Ziji, who had disappeared, stood in front of her and said coldly, "Don't you know what your cultivation is? How dare you come to the Demon's Valley alone?" "Wow," Su Xiaoma said, "a hero saving a beauty." After that, he turned into a spectator. He put his hands around his mouth and shouted blindly, "Together, together!" Bang, ouch! Su Xiaoma was sent flying by the punch and her entire body fell into the mountain. Yi Xingqian took back his hand and said, "Noisy?" Chapter 1772. Outside the myriad demon valley. Su Xiaoma sat on a rock and rubbed his face, muttering in his heart, "Junior brother Yi is too heavy-handed." The nearby warriors of various clans looked at him with admiration, because many of them had just come out of the valley and witnessed the Sect of All Time's disciple tearing the black pincer scorpion apart. That's right. He just stretched out his hands and tore the monster apart. Although the process was decisive and cruel, it was visually shocking. Too strong. Too domineering. Everyone subconsciously looked at Yi Xingqian, and their eyes were filled with awe. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma sat cross-legged and said, "It's fate that junior brother Xiao and his ex-fiancée met. Why do you have to take it to heart?" Others might not know, but he saw it clearly. When Xiao Ziji insincerely saved Murong Xian, Yi Xingqian's face turned black with anger. It was very subtle and strange. "Take it to heart?" Yi Xingqian sneered and said, "You think too much." The reason why his face was black was not because Xiao Ziji and his ex-fiancée met, but because, how should he put it? This kind of thing was very difficult to explain, and the more he explained, the messier it would be. Okay. Su Xiaoma was afraid of being beaten and did not dare to say anything more, but he thought, junior brother Yi and junior brother Xiao have a very deep relationship. In the distance, Murong Xian sat under a tree. Her injuries were serious, and her face was very pale, but it could not hide her beauty. When she first visited the Sect of All Times in the lower realm, Murong Xian was still a girl, and she gave people a sense of indifference and nobility. After all, she came from a famous family and was a proud daughter of heaven. Now, after the baptism of time, not only did her appearance become more mature, she even had a sense of seeing through the world. Everyone would grow up. For example, Xiao Ziji, who was standing next to her. Because of a saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, and 30 years in the east. He kept working hard and cultivating just to regain the dignity that he had lost. When he grew as he wished and came into contact with the wider world, he realized that what he really needed to do was to protect his sect and fellow disciples. Young and vigorous, fighting the heavens, fighting the earth, going against yin and yang. His mentality gradually matured. Looking back on the past, he really was a young man who was not Chuyuni. "Thank you." Murong Xian tried hard to make herself say a complete sentence, as if she didn't want him to see her in such a sorry state. Xiao Ziji tossed over a medicinal pill and said, "If it were someone I didn't know, I would also lend a helping hand, so don't overthink it." "I won't overthink it." Murong Xian lowered her head and looked at the elixir that seemed to be a reward. She said bitterly, "Since I lost to you in the Lily Holy Sect, I have already accepted my fate. No matter how many years have passed, whenever people talk about you, they will inevitably bring me up and label me as ignorant and ridiculous." Xiao Ziji did not reply. Indeed, previously in Liang City, when the storyteller mentioned Murong Xian and her final achievements, she was discussed and ridiculed by the audience. "Back then, when I went to the Xiao family to break off the engagement, I brought you harm. When you rose up in the face of adversity, you nailed me to the pillar of shame." Murong Xian smiled with difficulty. "So, is this considered even? Make it clear." Xiao Ziji said, "Everything is because of you. No matter whether it was right or wrong to break off the engagement, when she was at her most difficult time, she added a stab to it. This was the truth. Because of this, there was the 3-year agreement. Yes. Probably because it was too difficult to suppress her injuries, Murong Xian's voice was very soft. She said, "Because I was young and ignorant, because I pursued freedom, I made an unforgivable mistake. Even if dozens of years have passed, it still torments my body and mind like a nightmare." "You are on your own now." Xiao Ziji walked away. He didn't want to have too much to do with this woman. Xiao Ziji. Murong Xian was still leaning against the tree. She suppressed her injuries and raised her head, saying, "I am sorry." She wanted to say this sentence during the 3-year agreement, but she missed it this time. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. She wouldn't have another chance in the future. "The grudge between you and me has been resolved long ago," Xiao Ziji said. "You didn't do anything wrong to me, and I didn't do anything wrong to you." Looking at the leaving figure, Murong Xian forced a smile and said, "Has he forgiven me?" Junior brother Xiao. On the way back to the sect, Su Xiaoma came over and said with a smile, "What did you guys talk about?" "Nothing much." Xiao Ziji was really afraid that this guy would blabber when they returned to the sect, so he hurriedly said, "Senior brother, what happened when we were out on a mission? Can you just pretend that you didn't see anything?" "Okay." Su Xiaoma put his hand on his shoulder and said, "However, if junior brother has any relationship problems, you can ask me at any time." At night, the 3 of them were resting in the cave. In order to prove that she was Elder Wei's successor, Su Xiaoma repeatedly pestered Xiao Zuiji and shared her understanding of relationships with him. Her words were extravagant, noisy. Yi Xingchen, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, said with a straight face. Su Xiaoma hurriedly shut his mouth, then stood up and said, "I'm going to relieve myself." Without talking, the atmosphere immediately calmed down. Even because of the presence of the proud and aloof Night Emperor, the atmosphere began to solidify. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen had been training together for many years, so they were already used to it. So, sitting in front of the fire, their thoughts slowly returned to the past. Night Emperor was resting with his eyes closed, but he was still paying attention to the other. Seeing that he seemed to be deep in thought, he picked up a stone next to him. Dong! It hit the back of Xiao Ziji's head, but he didn't react. Yi Xingchen picked up another stone. Purring! Hiss! Xiao Ziji covered the back of his head, turned around, and said with a grimace, "Junior brother Yi, what are you doing?" Yi Xingchen said indifferently, "Remember, relationships are the biggest obstacle on the path of a warrior. If you still have the heart of a warrior, don't waste your energy on useless things." The case was solved. When Xiao Ziji went to save Murong Xian, Night Emperor's face suddenly darkened, not because of some reason, but because he was worried that he would be trapped by love. Some people would say, what does it have to do with him? Don't forget, although Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji were mainly attacking and defending, they were both hurt by women. To be more precise, they were both hurt by their fiancés. Women understood women. Men understood men like men. So, Yi Xingchen gave the suggestion because that was what he did. He focused on martial arts and didn't care about anything else, even if something indescribable had happened before. Junior brother Yi. At this time, Su Xiaoma walked in from outside and said seriously, "I don't agree with your point of view." Yi Xingchen looked over with a long face. Su Xiaoma wasn't afraid. He sat in front of the fire and said, "People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Why do we have to suppress our emotions? Can we abandon everything for martial arts in this world?" "Yes," Yi Xingchen said lightly. "Junior brother Yi can suppress your emotions, but can you suppress family and friendship?" "Fine, you can do it, but can you still be considered human?" Su Xiaoma said. "Take another step back." Su Xiaoma said, "If people can even abandon their emotions, won't family and friendship be even cheaper? Or is it that junior brother Yi and his fellow disciples are just putting on a show until now? Third senior brother, don't say any more, no. Su Xiaoma stood up and continued, today, I want to tell him that people are human because of their emotions and six desires. If they can abandon everything, they are no different from cold-blooded animals. Xiao Ziji was speechless. Did third senior brother drink too much and get a little carried away? Are you done? Yi Xingqian's voice was cold. Su Xiaoma consciously lay on the ground, crossed his hands and said, Don't hit my face. Boom. Boom. Ah. Chapter 1773. On the way. Su Xiaoma's face was bruised and swollen, and his eyes narrowed into a line. Sigh. Only one chapter had passed, and the injury was serious again. I still insist on my point of view. Su Xiaoma covered his face and said, A man is a man because he has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yi Xingqian, who was walking in front of him, pulled a long face again. However, he didn't make a move. In fact, he beat Su Xiaoma yesterday because he suddenly remembered that when he was forced to enter the sect, this guy seemed to take the lead to beat him. This hatred was at least 30 years old. Don't impose your point of view on me, Yi Xingqian said lightly. Yes. Su Xiaoma said, Junior fellow apprentice, Yi can't apply your point of view on junior fellow apprentice Xiao. After all, everyone's situation is different. If you are injured and want to be heartless, do you have to make him heartless as well? It's just a suggestion. Yi Xingqian said impatiently, It's his problem whether to accept or not. Xiao Ziji, who was caught in the middle, was in a dilemma and said, Senior fellow apprentice, junior fellow apprentice, don't quarrel anymore. I know what to do. I don't mean for you to rekindle your old love with Murong Xan. I just want to tell you that in this world, there are actually many things to cherish in addition to martial arts. As for junior fellow apprentice Yi, Su Xiaoma lowered his voice and said, Your body has done something out of line, but you still refuse to admit it. You are as irresponsible as the patriarch. Xiao Ziji's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that third fellow apprentice was not satisfied with being beaten up. It was fine to talk about junior fellow apprentice Yi, but he dared to talk about the patriarch. Wasn't he afraid of replacing Mao Xiaodao to clean the toilet? It was strange. Yi Xingqian clearly heard Su Xiaoma's words, but he didn't lose his temper. He kept his head down and walked forward. He even thought of what had happened in the hall before, but he couldn't remember it. Another word. It was thought-provoking. In order to prevent the readers from forgetting, the woman who did the deed with Yi Di was called Jie Lingyao. The one who started the trouble should solve it. He's back? In the study, Jun Changshao was holding a nail clipper and trimming his fingernails slowly. He even had a facial mask on his face. It could be said that he was so exquisite that it was crazy. Back then, when Yu Buchuan cultivated the Bixia swordsmanship, he seemed to have slowly changed as well. It seems. The system muttered. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma said, We completed 3 missions. Jun Changshao responded and asked, What happened to your face? I was beaten up by junior brother Yi. Why? Did you offend him? Don't mention it. Su Xiaoma sat down on the chair next to him, crossed his legs, and put his hands on it. He began to tell the whole story in detail, completely forgetting that he had promised Xiao Ziji that he would act as if he had not seen what had happened. When Jun Changshao learned of this, he patted his face gently and said, It's a bit too much of a coincidence to meet my ex-fiancée in the Myriad Demon Valley. Could it be? His eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. On purpose. The murderous aura was very strong. Although he looked sloppy, if someone had designs on his disciples, he would definitely change his face. Gods dared to kill gods, and demons dared to kill demons. With one order, 100,000 disciples of the eternal era rushed over. This, Su Xiaoma said, it shouldn't be, right? Murong Xian was on the verge of death at that time, and it did not seem like she was acting at all. Mu. Jun Changshao moisturized the mask and said, "People's hearts are sinister. We have to be on guard." Su Xiaoma couldn't stand it anymore. Because the patriarch had been raising his thumb and middle finger the whole time, which was too annoying. "Where is Zue?" He went back to his residence. "Ask him to come here. I have something to say." "Okay." Su Xiaoma quickly left the study, but halfway there, he came back to his senses and broke down. "Did I say too much?" "Patriarch." Xiao Ziji walked in. "Sit." Jun Changshao said. Xiao Ziji sat down, feeling a little nervous. "Sit." Jun Changshao took off the mask, revealing his delicate face, and said, "I heard that you met Murong Xian in the 10,000 Demon Valley." Xiao Ziji roared in his heart, "When junior brother Yi beat senior brother Su, why didn't I kick him twice?" "That's right. What are you thinking?" Jun Changshao looked at him as if he wanted to see through his heart. Xiao Ziji said, "Someone was in danger, and I helped." "That's it?" "That's it." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Although I don't agree with Xingchen's point of view, you still have to be careful in case you fall into a trap." Xiao Ziji understood the patriarch's meaning and immediately said, "Patriarch, I have no grudges with her, and we are destined to live in different worlds in the future. Nothing will happen between us. You can leave." Jun Changshao waved his hand. "Yes." Xiao Ziji walked out of the study, shook his head, and said, "I shouldn't have saved her." Jun Changshao sat in the study with his fingers clasped together, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he sent a voice transmission, "Hall Masterly, come here for a moment. It's midnight. Aren't you afraid that Madam will misunderstand?" Jun Changshao roared, "Let's talk about business. Misunderstand my ass." The next day, the members of the Drizzle Hall, led by Li Tiantian, were dispatched. They had received orders early in the morning to secretly investigate Murong Xian, and they must find out everything she had experienced after the 3-year agreement. "My disciples are all my favorite." Jun Changshao leaned against the railing of the hall and said with a serious expression, "We can't allow people with ulterior motives to set us up. Be careful." The system praised. When Xiao Ziji and Murong Xian met in the 10,000 Demon Valley, Su Xiaoma blindly followed. It never occurred to him that this was too much of a coincidence. Could it have been deliberately set up? Jun Changshao had to think of things that his disciples couldn't think of, because as a parent of the sect of all times, he had the obligation to protect his children from being deceived. Beep beep, beep beep. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in his ear. Leaving the Tsanghai Galaxy. Entering the Tsangyun Galaxy. Jun Changshao returned to the cockpit and saw that the void of the starry sky in front of him seemed to be folded together, emitting colorful streamers. This was the universe barrier at the end of the Tsanghai Galaxy. As long as they passed through, they would enter another universe, the Tsangyun Galaxy. "It's so beautiful." Rows of flowers walked to the window and looked at the gorgeous universe. "TSK." Jun Changshao said, "What's there to see?" Rows of flowers turned around and leaned against the cockpit. She crossed her arms and smiled. "I heard that Zhe Ji met his ex-fiancée? Who told you that?" Jun Changshao felt that his question was a bit redundant. There was no need to think at all. It must have been Big Mouth Su who told her. "You sent Hall Masterly to investigate because you were worried that the woman was scheming and deliberately got close to Zhe Ji?" Rows of Flowers asked. "Yes." Jun Changshao said. "What if she wasn't scheming?" Rows of Flowers said. This, Jun Changshao fell into silence. Rows of Flowers said, "I'm not young anymore. If I'm like you, I'll definitely be alone for the rest of my life. If you meet the right one, you can try." "Don't." Jun Changshao was very self-aware. He said, "I'm not cut out to be a matchmaker." The reader agreed. He hadn't even solved his own relationship problems. What qualifications did he have to play matchmaker with his disciples? He even prayed that being straight was not a disease, and that it would not infect all the men in the sect. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor came from Eternal. This was because it had integrated into the universe barrier between Songhai and Songyun. The internal energy was too violent, causing the whole hull to shake non-stop. The cockpit was a mess. Rose of Flowers, who was sitting in front of the platform, was thrown out due to inertia. Just as she was about to hit the wall, Jun Changshao grabbed her waist and stopped her. This scene was very difficult to describe. Please imagine all kinds of melodramatic plots of men and women having physical contact under unexpected circumstances. Can't imagine it? It's okay, because Rose of Flowers took the opportunity to put her hands on Jun Changshao's neck. She closed her bright eyes and leaned over. Her red lips were getting closer and closer. Finally, they closed together. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma appeared out of thin air and said in surprise, "What's going on?" Rose of Flowers raised her hand. A strong stream of light flew directly from her palm and hit his chest. Boom! Su Xiaoma flew from the cockpit to the aft cabin like a cannonball. Then he gradually tilted his head and foamed at the mouth. I came at the wrong time. Chapter 1774. Xing Chen and Xian Chen were showing off, while little Mo was getting beaten up. This sentence fully explained Su Xiaoma's life in the past few days. It was understandable that he was beaten up the first 2 times because of his opinions. However, this time, he was beaten up because he came at the wrong time. That was beautiful. Little Mo felt wronged. The fluctuation of the warship affected the eternal world, so she came out to take a look. She did not expect, "Oh my God! What did I just see? Oh my God! This is definitely earth-shattering, no, apocalyptic news. Calm down, calm down." Su Xiaoma hurriedly pretended to be dead and said in his heart, "I didn't see anything. I won't say anything." In the cockpit, Jun Changshao was supporting her. Rose of Flowers in his arms put her hands on his neck. Their lips were close together, and the air was filled with a romantic and beautiful atmosphere. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Swoosh! After a while, Jun Changshao, who came back to his senses, pushed Rose of Flowers away and said in a bull-like voice, "What are you doing?" Rose of Flowers leaned in front of the console and gently flipped her hair. She said, "I have some internal affairs to deal with in the sect. I'll go first." Swoosh! She returned to the eternal world as a winner. Sitting in the pavilion, she looked at the blooming roses in the courtyard and thought of Jun Changxiao's blushing face. She could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. "My husband is very cute." Jun Changxiao was left alone in the cockpit of the eternal ship. He sat down, covered his head with his hands and roared, "My first kiss is gone." "Ha ha." The system said, with the host's strength, "Didn't you notice? That woman was too sudden." Jun Changshao said, "Okay. Just pretend you didn't notice. But why did you wait for more than 10 seconds before pushing her away? Don't you know that this kind of extremely careless thing is easy to be criticized by the readers? Who will say that a half-step celestial realm like you is so weak?" "Bullshit!" Jun Changshao roared. "They only know how to say that the author is a dog, not me." The system seemed to be speechless and returned to the main topic. "Although you want to avoid it, your body is still very honest, so don't find excuses for yourself." Scram! Jun Changshao cursed and sat on the chair with his head in his hands. His first kiss, which he had guarded for close to 2,000 chapters, was suddenly gone. Anyone would find it hard to accept, let alone him. AI. Jun Changshao sighed and touched his lips with his finger, as if he was reminiscing. "Is it sweet? It's not a question of whether it's sweet or not. It's a very strange, very special feeling. Unfortunately," Jun Changshao, who was gesturing with his hands and feet, said in exasperation, "Why should I answer your question? Wait a minute. Did someone just come in?" Jun Changshao looked in the direction where Su Xiaoma flew out and saw a dent in the wall of the aft cabin. a shoe on the ground, and nothing else. Rose of Flowers' sudden kiss caught him off guard, and he felt like he had been electrocuted, so his mind was in a mess and he was completely unaware of the situation outside. Who is it? Jun Changshao thought and said, Came to Eternal? Boom! Suddenly, the battleship shook again. Jun Changshao gathered all his distracting thoughts and looked at the dark area outside, which seemed to be flashing with lightning and thunder, and said, It should be able to pass through the universe barrier safely, right? Just as he was concentrating on the spectacle outside, Su Xiaoma stretched out a hand from the corner, picked up the shoe, and quickly merged into the eternal world. Sitting in the courtyard, he raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said, So close, so close. Senior brother. Li Fei happened to pass by and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Fly. Su Xiaoma hurriedly waved his hand and said in a low voice, Come, I'll tell you a secret. Secret? The disciples who were busy cultivating in their courtyards seemed to have 1,000-mile hearing, and they instantly carried small stools to the courtyard and lined up in a row to listen attentively to the secret of their third senior brother. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the two universes' universe barrier, and the scene was magnificent. Eternal shuttled through the turbulent environment like a lonely boat drifting in the stormy sea, and it seemed to be in imminent danger. Patriarch. Shangguan Xinyao sat in the cockpit and said, The array system is operating normally, so it shouldn't be affected. At this moment, Eternal had entered manual flight mode, and Taixien and Zhen Dejuan were leading the flight team of the array hall to operate it. Passing through the two universes' universe barrier might lead to special circumstances, so they had to be cautious. Jun Changshao asked, How long do you think it will take to get out? Shangguan Xinyao hurriedly pulled out the star map and analyzed the data, saying, The depth of the universe barrier can't be seen, so it might take a month. So long? Jun Changshao held half of his face with his hands, and his eyes quickly closed. Outside, in the most distorted and violent area, there was a faint light flickering, like a lighthouse guiding the ship in the dark sea. What's that? Taixien and Zhen Dejuan also noticed it, and they hurriedly looked at the star map with the radar function, but there was no indication of the light spot. It meant that they couldn't see it. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed, and the power was even stronger. Although the lightning formed by the heavenly Tao system covered a wide area, it seemed to be attracted by some force and all blasted toward the flickering area, giving off a feeling that it was forming a lightning pool. Fly over. Jun Changshao immediately ordered. Such a strong lightning attribute should be able to charge the lightning rod. Yes. Eternal, which was originally flying in a straight line, immediately changed direction in the turbulent environment and slowly flew toward the lightning area. Boom, boom, boom. Affected by the space and energy fluctuations, the hull shook more violently. No one in the cockpit paid attention to it, because their eyes were fixed on the flickering area. Gradually, the light became stronger. A human. Jun Changshao frowned and said, It's a human. The disciples also saw that in the flickering area, a figure slowly appeared, and all kinds of lightning struck from all directions, seemingly unharmed. To be able to withstand the bombardment of lightning in such an extremely harsh environment, his strength must be extraordinary. The system guessed. Jun Changshao said, The Sect of all times needs such a talent. Okay. The system said, Since the eternal world was created, the host has planned to recruit any talent for his own use. No. At this time, Jun Changshao exclaimed, It's not a human. Eternal moved a little further, and the figure being bombarded by all kinds of lightning looked illusory and illusory. Could it be Gu Zhaoxi was still staring at the special thing, and exclaimed, The Spirit of Five Thunders. After confessing to his parents that he reincarnated, he had asked Gu Tianxing about the Spirit of Five Thunders, and learned that there were 32 kinds of Spirit of Five Thunders in the sea system. These special Spirit of Five Thunders were scattered throughout the sea system, some in the upper universe, some in the lower universe, and it was almost impossible to find them, so all the inheritors had great luck. Why don't you list all 32 of them? No. Take the Spirit of Five Thunders name, I don't care to do that. Spirit of Five Thunders? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. At first, he wanted to charge the lightning rod, then he wanted to recruit an expert, but he unexpectedly encountered a special Spirit of Five Thunders. It was really like searching high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. Boom! Boom! In the area where the Spirit of Five Thunders were, the former seemed to be bathing in the spring, and suddenly found a warship approaching, and hurriedly fled. Chase after him. Jun Changxiao said, don't let him escape. While speaking, he took out a loudspeaker and shouted, you have been surrounded, immediately give up resistance, surrender is the only way out. Chapter 1775. The Spirit of Five Lightning was quite smart. It immediately ran when it saw a ship approaching. However, how could Jun Changxiao let the spirit seed slip away? He immediately ordered his disciples to speed up. They had to catch this guy in human form. He had the power of the fire soul and the evil spirit. During this period, he had gone through many tempering to enter the youth stage. The Spirit of Five Lightning that escaped was obviously bigger. It might have entered the adult stage. If he could fuse with it, his strength would definitely increase. Swish! Eternal's tail wing shot out energy and turned into a stream of light. In order to get this spirit, Jun Changxiao directly used the highest speed. The first-grade flint in the energy tank burned, making one's heart ache. Boom! Boom! The thunder and lightning in the universe barrier was even louder. Logically speaking, the probability of a person being struck by lightning in their lifetime was extremely low. However, Eternal was so bright. How come it didn't get hit by lightning? Because they all rushed toward the Spirit of Five Lightning that was like a lightning needle. You have been surrounded. Quickly give up resisting. A voice came from the loudspeaker, echoing within the universe barrier. Not only did it make one question, could sound waves be transmitted in the universe? Swish! The Spirit of Five Lightning ran even faster. The current situation was that it was running in front with thousands of lightning chasing after it. At the back was Eternal. It looked a little funny. Brother, Gu Zhaoxi said, my father said that this spirit is the intelligence of the universe. Unless it is fated to inherit it, it is very difficult to fuse with it. He was persuading Jun Changxiao to give up. After all, a forcefully picked melon was not sweet. However, in Goxing's opinion, at least it could quench his thirst. Spirit bodies were ownerless from the moment they were born. Since Jun Changxiao had encountered it, no matter how he chased it, it was not considered stealing. The problem now was whether he could catch up and fuse with it. Currently, it was very difficult. Because this place contained extremely strong lightning attributes, it provided buffs to the Spirit of Five Lightning. Hence, it ran faster and faster. Even the lightning behind it could not catch up. Chase! Don't let it escape. Jun Changxiao was determined to get the Spirit of Five Lightning. Even if he was not fated to fuse with it, he could at least give it to Li Qingyang. After all, he had the thunder punishment physique, and his contracted beast was lightning. A month later, the Spirit of Five Lightning rushed out of the Blue Cloud's universe barrier. Although it was difficult to see its face clearly, it must be sticking out its tongue at the moment. After all, it had been running for dozens of days without any rest. Swish! Swish! Wan lightning chased after it. As they left the stronghold, they quickly weakened and dissipated. Swish! At this time, Eternal also flew out of the distorted space. Sitting in the cockpit, Jun Changxiao's eyes were bloodshot as he said in a hoarse voice, "Catch it! We must catch it!" Over the past month, Eternal had been flying around the stronghold at high speed, consuming countless first-grade firestones. Gradually, the Sect master couldn't take it anymore, which was why he was on the verge of going berserk. It stopped! Gu Zhaoxi exclaimed, That guy stopped. Outside, the spirit of 5 lightning finally slowed down. Then, it put its hands on its knees and bent over to catch its breath. Chase! Jun Changxiao's voice cracked as he shouted. Eternal continued to burn its firestones and rushed forward. Soon, it stopped near the spirit of 5 lightning. Ka! The bottom cabin opened. Jun Changxiao flew out with bloodshot eyes. His majestic true spirit turned into a giant hand and roared, "Do you know how much energy I used to catch you?" Jie. His body stiffened. Battleships of extraordinary quality appeared out of thin air and quickly surrounded him, and Eternal. There were at least 50 of them. The leading battleship had a flag with a skull engraved on it. Pirate group? Kakik. A sinister laugh came from the main battleship. "Do you know how long I waited for you to take the bait?" Fish. Bait? Jun Changxiao seemed to have realized something. "Did you use the spirit of 5 lightning as bait?" "That's right." The sinister voice sounded. "It is bait." Surprise appeared in Jun Changxiao's eyes. "This guy can actually hear my thoughts." Ka. The base of the main battleship opened. A guy in a mink coat stood there with his back facing the camera. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa. The lights on the edge of the platform suddenly lit up, making him look dazzling. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. "Shouldn't such a flashy entrance be reserved for me?" "It's me." That person shook off his mink coat and slowly turned his head. Half of his handsome face appeared as he proudly said, "Blue Cloud's strongest pirate group leader, Duanmu Hai." Woo! A sound similar to a horn came from the main battleship, followed by countless voices shouting, "Leader Duanmu, strongest in the universe! Leader Duanmu, strongest in the universe!" Pa. Duanmu Hai clapped his hands and turned around. However, Jun Changxiao couldn't help but laugh. That was because half of Duanmu Hai's face was male and the other half was female. It was completely out of place. "Are you laughing at me?" No, I don't mean to laugh at you." "You're obviously laughing at me," Duanmu Hai roared. Because of the difference in gender, it needed to be described as round tiger eyes and arched eyebrows. Jun Changxiao tried to make his expression serious. "Gender and appearance are given by our parents. We can't change it, so I understand you." He covered his mouth with both hands and laughed out loud. "Kid." Duanmu Hai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Your behavior offended me, so you must use your life to make up for your mistake." It wasn't hard to see that this guy's left hand was rough and his right hand was delicate. It could be seen that his body was also male and female. This was simply a true sense of being neither male nor female. A certain country's was just deliberate. There was a world of difference. But then again, how could Jun Changxiao have the face to laugh at him? After fusing with rows of flowers, his voice was mixed with male and female voices. Didn't he know? Of course. Duanmu Hai said coldly, "I will let you die slowly. I will let every drop of blood in your body drain. Only then." His expression was calm. "Only then will I be able to relieve the hatred in my heart." "You're a pervert," Jun Changxiao said. "You guessed right." Duanmu Hai suddenly leaned his face toward the camera. His eyes were wide open as he said with a ferocious expression, "I am a pervert." Whoosh! A strange aura gushed out from his body, making him look extremely frightening. Whoosh! At the same time, the spirit of 5 thunders, who had caught its breath, flew behind Duanmu Hai and stood with its head lowered in fear. It looked like an obedient servant. "That's not right," Jun Changxiao said to himself. "This spirit seed shouldn't have fused with him." Kakik. Duanmu Hai laughed strangely. "You guessed right again. This C-type trash spirit seed is not qualified to fuse with the wise and powerful me." Jun Changxiao gave him a thumbs up and said, "In terms of acting, I'm not as good as you." Chapter 1776. There were trillions of life forms in the gray ocean system, but there were only 32 spiritual seeds. Thus, anyone who could fuse with it was considered lucky. Now, the pirate captain he met when he first came to the Grey Cloud system claimed that the spirit of Five Lightning was trash and didn't have the right to fuse with him. This made Jun Changshao, who was good at pretending, feel ashamed. The Golden River had thousands of paths. If one wanted to reach the horizon, there would be more. The ancients didn't lie to me. That, Jun Changshao said, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. My life is cheap, so I'm willing to accept any trash spiritual seed. Duanmu Hai fell into deep thought. Captain, a subordinate reminded him from the main warship, we are robbing. Duanmu Hai suddenly came to a realization and said with a fierce expression, Kid, you are about to die, and you still have the time to think about this trash spiritual seed. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart, this person is quite wise. Wise? Duanmu Hai said, are you praising me? Of course. Jun Changshao said seriously. Kaki. Duanmu Hai laughed weirdly. Flattery won't work. Your mocking just now has angered me. Death is the final destination. Not only was he wise, but he was also a little chinibu. He had to pause for key words. That was especially strong. I am curious. Jun Chang laughed and said, how can you hear what I'm thinking? Because I have the mind-reading soul. Duanmu Hai closed his eyes and said proudly, I can hear the thoughts of everything in the world. Mind-reading soul? Simply put, it is similar to the Grey Ocean System's spiritual seed. It is born from the universe, but it is of a higher level. It can be called a noble among nobles. Only the wise and powerful me is worthy of it. Fine. No wonder he was so cooperative. He was waiting to boast. Kid. Duanmu Hai said, how do you want to die? Because he had a yin-yang face. His every action and expression was very strange and uncoordinated. Who? Dozens of warships pressed over. Looking at the situation, not only did they have to deal with Jun Changshao, but they also had to attack Eternal. Of course, they had placed the spirit of Five Lightning in the universe barrier as bait for a few years. Now that they finally caught a fish, how could they let it go? AI. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, is this how the Tsangyun department welcomes you? It was his first time coming to another department, but he ended up encountering bandits. His luck was really bad. What made him even more speechless was that in order to chase after the bait, he had to spend a large amount of first-grade fire stones. No way. You have to compensate me for the energy I consumed. Swish. Right at this moment, Duanmu Hai flew over and withdrew a pair of sledgehammers from his spatial ring, and he said coldly, Kid, die. Boom. The twin hammers slammed into the void, creating a powerful shockwave. Swish, Jun Changshao dodged with a leap. Thinking that he had been tricked by the other party and had wasted so much energy, he roared, come out! Swish. Swish. In an instant, under the enhancement of various special effects, the upper echelons of the Sect of all times, led by Ryu Sinan, flew out of the battleship with the bronze mirror. They stood proudly in the void in different postures, and an unyielding aura filled the entire universe. I'll go. Duanmu Hai widened his eyes. These people were not bound by the power of the universe, and their strength should be similar to his. With the bronze mirror obtained from the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinate and the hidden cultivation technique provided by He Wudi, the upper echelons of the Sect of all times were disguised as half-step divination realm experts. Leader. The subordinate transmitted a message, Tough one. Duanmu Hai's male and female faces turned serious. If it were just a few half-step divination realm experts, he might not be worried. However, with so many of them appearing, it might be a little tricky. After waiting for so many years, he finally caught a fish, but he actually met with an iron plate. Retreat. Duanmu Hai was really wise. Once he realized that the problem was a little troublesome, he immediately planned to escape. As a professional robber, the way to survive was to escape when encountering a tough opponent. Otherwise, they would be wiped out sooner or later. Swish. Swish. Dozens of battleships turned around simultaneously. Trying to run? Jun Changshao said coldly, "Is that possible?" Duanmu Hai might have suspected that the other party was bluffing, but when he saw that person easily shaking the space in the universe, he immediately realized that this person was definitely at the half-step celestial realm. "Retreat!" he roared. Boom! Boom! Dozens of warships crashed into the space barrier that was closing in. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion was heard. A warship was pierced through, and thick smoke billowed out. Duanmu Hai wasn't in the mood to feel sorry for his ship. He looked at the naked purple-haired man standing in the air in disbelief. The strongest in the universe? Z turned his head, the corners of his mouth raised in disdain, revealing his sharp teeth. At that moment, with the destroyed battleship and the universe as the background, Hall Master Z's handsomeness reached new heights. He was only at the peak of the truth-seeking state. Although he had the protection of the bronze mirror, how could he kill a warship so easily? This was because Duanmu Hai's warship was only slightly stronger than the ancient warship. As for the so-called strongest in the universe, it was just a slogan. For example, Jun Changshao often asked his disciples to call him Jun Patriarch in the Falling Star continent. Had he done it? He had really done it. In short, only Duanmu Hai and the main battleship were good enough. The other warships were all used to keep up appearances. In front of a true expert, they were no different from paper. The most exaggerated thing was that the warship was pierced and could explode at any time. A pocket-sized backup warship flew out with only one pilot. Jun Changshao was speechless. Isn't this a bit too much? Cage. Bind. At that moment, Ryu Sinan clasped his hands together, and the space barrier quickly formed a cage, directly trapping dozens of warships in one area. The warships even collided because of the compression. Damn it! Duanmu Hai turned around angrily and roared, "Just you wait." The main battleship was still there, and he had successfully escaped. However, when he was about to fly in from the bottom cabin, he saw a person standing on the bow with a huge sword with a green dragon carved on it. Jun Changshao rolled up his sleeves and held the green dragon crescent blade with both hands as he slashed at the battleship. Duanmu Hai sneered. It was undeniable that the bound warships were all trash, but his main battleship was bought at the Polar Dock factory at a high price. It was too naive to think that he could destroy it with just weapons and brute force. Swish! Suddenly, a green stream of light that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth streaked across the void. It was so bright that he almost couldn't open his eyes. Poochie! A ripping sound entered his ears. Duanmu Hai gradually opened his mouth, and his eyes were about to pop out. In his vision, the bow of the battleship that he was so proud of had been cut off. Even the scar was smooth without any burrs. This person was definitely a skilled carpenter. No. How could he praise his skills at this time? Duanmu Hai came back to his senses and held his head as he howled, "My ship, swish! Swish!" Jun Changshao raised the blade and waved it frequently in the void. He only saw a decent battleship gradually disintegrate during the flight, and finally, only a general frame was left. It had to be said. The modified Green Dragon Crescent Blade's power had greatly increased. Jun Changshao turned his head and his eyes were like an eagle's. He said what he wanted to say in the past but was afraid of being ridiculed by the readers. Robbery? 1. The echo reverberated in the universe, faintly shaking the space. Chapter 1777. The spirit of 5 thunders that he had chased for a month turned out to be a trap set up by others in advance. This made Jun Changshao furious. The disciples of the sect were his treasures, and so were the resources that he had worked so hard to earn. So, for those burning first-class flint, Jun Changshao did not hesitate to transform into a demon, taking out the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and slicing the main warship like an apple. "Speak frankly," the system complained. "The host has dug out the realm, dug out the level. Even if you don't fall into the trap, flying from the sea system to the blue cloud system will consume energy. My warship, looking at the warship that he had spent a lot of money to buy being dissected into a pile of bones, Duanmu Hai's yin and yang face twisted, and tears fell down like beads. Those tears contained the memories of the past. Little guy, what is your dream? To be a free pirate, galloping in the vast universe, and let everyone remember my name Duanmu Hai. This was what Duanmu Hai had said before. For this reason, he worked hard to cultivate, lived frugally, and finally bought the first warship in his life when he became an adult, starting his career as a pirate. Who would have thought? He had just recruited subordinates, just set sail, just done his first robbery business, and he actually met Jun Changshao. Who was this? A guy who specialized in destroying other people's dreams, who was not a robber and good at robbing. Boom. Boom. In the space cage, the Purple King and the others punched a paper warship, and all kinds of parts were crushed into powder. They were like a group of strong men, tearing apart dreams and destroying souls. Ah! Duanmu Hai roared with tears in his eyes, and a powerful force surged into his body. He raised his twin hammers and roared, "Those who destroy my ship die!" Boom! Jun Changshao appeared in front of him, the end of the green dragon crescent blade's hilt fiercely stabbed into his abdomen, and a powerful energy burst out, causing him to shuttle from the north to the south like a cannonball. So much nonsense. Xiao! Xiao! Lights suddenly flashed in the dark environment. Arya, Zhao Daodu, and Dai Lu came over with harmless smiles on their faces. In front of them, Duanmu Hai's expression had collapsed and he was unconscious. Due to the fierce impact to his chest, all of his meridians had been destroyed. Are you ready? Ready. Do it. Hua. Hua. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu busied themselves and quickly hung Duanmu Hai up with chains. Judging from his movements, it was obvious that he was a little rusty. It couldn't be helped. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda hadn't sent prisoners for a long time. The three of them had been playing landlord all day and had forgotten many of the routine operations. Wake him up. Hua! Cold water was poured on Duanmu Hai's head, causing him to involuntarily shudder, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, 3 grinning faces appeared in his field of vision. He was so scared that his scalp almost split open. Whip me! Arya stretched out her hand. Zhao Daodu hurriedly handed over the Requiem whip, disinfecting it with disinfectant on the way, just like a medical staff assisting the chief surgeon in the operating room. Pa! Arya waved the whip in the void. The sound of the whip seemed to be able to penetrate the soul, making people shudder. What are you doing? Duanmu Hai said weakly, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Master sent you here. Arya walked in front of him and smiled innocently. Of course I have to treat you well. It had to be said. As the spirit of the Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, her appearance hadn't changed because of time. Instead, she had become more and more lovely. Boy, Zhao Daodu said, the Patriarch asked me to bring you a message. As long as you can hand over the spirits of 5 Thunder, you will be guaranteed a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. The pirates were dealt with, and many of his men were locked up in Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, but the spirits of 5 Thunder were missing. Therefore, Jun Changshao must find them. Otherwise, with his previous anger, he would definitely kill this guy. Duanmu Hai said coldly, in your dreams. He looked quite cowardly just now, but now that he was a prisoner, he became tough. Brother. Dai Lu walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. He said meaningfully, I used to have more backbone than you, but in the end, Sai, the past is unbearable to look back on, so it's better to be honest. Sorry. I grew up scared. Duanmu Hai sneered with difficulty. In the end, the soul-subduing whip hit his chest. The intense pain seemed to penetrate into the depths of his soul. He hurriedly howled, I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. Bah! Bah! Zhao Daodu and Dai Lv spat a mouthful of phlegm and said, Cowards! Area only hit him once to test the waters. In the end, Duanmu Hai couldn't withstand the erosion of his soul and immediately compromised. It could be said that he was a coward. Soul-subduing pagoda could deal with a half-step divination realm. Was this treasure's level that high? Not really. The main reason was that he was injured by Jun Changshao. Not to mention Duanmu Hai, even an expert at Gu Tianxing's level would be tortured to death by him. On the other hand, if he was in perfect condition, he wouldn't be able to do anything. I'm very curious. In the cell, Jun Changshao dragged the pocket-sized spirit of 5 thunders in his palm. He said, "Why would such an ownerless spirit listen to your orders?" Duanmu Hai wanted to defend his dignity with silence, but when he saw Arya staring at him with her almond-shaped eyes, he hurriedly said, "Because I can hear its inner voice and know its shortcomings and weaknesses, so it can only obey me." "I see." Jun Changshao asked again, "You really don't want to merge with the spirit of 5 thunders?" Duanmu Hai said with a bitter face, "A spirit seed nurtured in the vast universe is a rare opportunity. I naturally want to merge with it, but unfortunately, you didn't succeed? So it's not that it's not qualified to merge with you, but that you're not qualified to merge with it." Jun Changshao joked. "Arya." He stood up and said, "Take good care of this guy. Don't starve and lose weight. It may come in handy in the future." He didn't intend to kill Duanmu Hai, but chose to imprison him. After all, he could listen to the spirit's thoughts. Maybe it could come in handy in the future. Okay. After Jun Changshao left, Arya, Zhao Daodu, and the other 2 gathered around with scary smiles on their faces. "You? What are you doing? Be good, be obedient." "Patriarch." Li Qingyang was called to the study. He said, "Why did you call me?" Jun Changshao motioned him to sit down, then opened his palm and showed him the spirit of 5 thunders. He said, "This is the spirit of 5 thunders nurtured in the universe. You have the body of thunder punishment and a contract beast of thunder nature. You should be able to merge with it." This, Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. He had known about the spirit of 5 thunders for a long time, but he never thought that the Patriarch would give it to him. After all, there were only 32 in the Tsang Ocean. It was a great opportunity. Patriarch. Disciple is stupid. This kind of spirit should be given to an outstanding fellow disciple. If it was Su Xiaoma, Jun Changshao would definitely think that he was deliberately pretending to be humble, but he trusted his second disciple very much. Since he accepted him as a disciple, he had always been a person who didn't fight for anything. There will be many more spirit bodies in the future. Jun Changshao threw the spirit of 5 thunders to him and said, "This is yours." Li Qingyang hurriedly caught it. After a little consideration, he said, "Thank you, Patriarch. Go." Jun Changshao said, "I will wait for your good news." Yes. Li Qingyang took the spirit of 5 thunders and left. His eyes flashed with a firm luster. "I will not let the Patriarch down." Sigh. Jun Changshao, who was standing in front of the window, shook his head and said, "I did not succeed in merging with the spirit of 5 thunders. I hope Qingyang has this fate." Chapter 1778. After Jun Changshao obtained the spirit of 5 thunders, he tried to fuse with it but failed. To be honest, it was true that he had 2 spirits in his body, but only the spirit of Fire Soul had truly fused with it. As for the spirit of evil, it was purely a coincidence. Therefore, without the assistance of the system, even though Jun Changshao's aptitude wasn't bad, he was no different from an ordinary expert. If he wanted to obtain various treasures, it would depend on luck and luck. Of course, Go Xing wasn't discouraged. Even if he couldn't fuse with it, there were still disciples and higher-ups. He didn't believe that he couldn't find someone who could fuse with the spirit of 5 thunders. Furthermore, Li Qingyang's physique, exclusive weapon, and life contract beast were all related to thunder and lightning. Perhaps he could fuse with it successfully. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! The next day, there was a sudden gust of wind in the Sect of all times. This king's school uniform. The Purple King ran out of the Spirit Beast Hall in his underwear and chased after the school uniform that was blown away by the wind. This school uniform had been with him for many years. Although he would take it off first in every fight, it was still inevitably damaged. Therefore, he had to mend it and make do with it for 3 years. He had just washed it this morning and hung it in the courtyard for a short while before it was blown away by the wind. Swish! Z quickly caught up and reached out to grab it. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and accurately hit the school uniform that was fluttering in the wind, turning it into ashes instantly. No! Z's hand grabbed a piece of ash and placed it on his chest. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. My youth is gone. Who is it? The Purple King raised his head and his murderous aura spread for tens of thousands of miles. However, compared to the thunderclouds that were gradually gathering at the top of the sky, it seemed a little insignificant. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning erupted. The scene was spectacular. Damn it! The purple craggy demon monarch's eyes widened as the dense lightning bolts were heading straight for him. What's the situation? Why did the weather change all of a sudden? Su Xiaoma and the rest walked out of the room. When they saw the thunderclouds filling the sky, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Plop! At this moment, something fell on the mountain peak where the disciples live. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Hall Master Z. His entire body was charred black, and he was foaming at the mouth. Judging from the symptoms, he had obviously been struck by lightning. Swish! Jun Changshao flew out from the study room and shouted, "Disciples, quickly get away from the thunderstorm!" Shwa! In an instant, lofty mountain became empty. Boom! Boom! Dense bolts of lightning shot down from the thunderclouds as usual, each one more powerful than the last. Speaking of which, it was strange. This level of power was enough to completely destroy a mountain, but when it landed on a certain building, it was silently dissolved without causing any ripples. Second senior brother's room. Su Xiaoma exclaimed. That was right. No matter how many lightning bolts fell from the thunderclouds, the target was always Li Qingyang's courtyard. As for Z being hit, it was because he happened to be on the path. It could be said that he used his strength to take the hit. What the hell is going on? The disciples were puzzled. Jun Changshao, who was standing in front of the main hall with his hands behind his back, smiled. If I'm not wrong, this second disciple of mine is fated with the spirits of 5 thunders, and they are merging now. The lightning bombardment lasted for about 2 hours. The lofty mountain where the core disciples lived was already filled with dense lightning attributes, as if it had turned into a forbidden land of lightning that no one dared to take half a step into. He succeeded? Jun Changshao muttered to himself. Whoosh! At this moment, a majestic wave of air suddenly surged from Li Qingyang's courtyard, quickly enveloping the entire sect of all times and even spreading to Ironbone City and Qingyang City. Jun Changshao felt it and said in surprise, "He's about to advance." This extremely powerful and profound aura was a characteristic of advancing to a major realm. Li Qingyang was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, which meant that he was about to advance to the half-step divination realm. F***CK. Su Xiaoma jumped and shouted, "Second senior brother is about to break through." Damn it! Yi Xingqian, who was standing outside the training tower, clenched his fists and said unwillingly, "Second senior brother beat us to it." He Woody thought to himself, there are signs of advancement all of a sudden. Could it be related to the merging of the spirits of 5 thunders? The difference between the truth-seeking realm and the divination realm was not something that could be made up by absorbing the attributes of heaven and earth. It required a great opportunity that some people might not even encounter in their entire life. Qingyang City. Li family. Sister Qiao, who was picking vegetables in the garden, suddenly felt a surge of air. Her body froze slightly, and then she turned to look in the direction of the sect of all times and said in joy, "Qingyang." The Li family head also walked out of the main hall. Looking at the thunderclouds in the distance, his turbid eyes were filled with excitement. This aura, it's my son. Old friend. Masato Katano walked out of the cave and said, someone in your disciples' sect is about to advance to the half-step divination realm. Sigh. Genren Tongu shook his head and said, we old bones can't compete with the young people after all. Gu Hong Jinren and Immortal Qing Wei also walked out of their respective cave residences. They looked at the sect of all times together, their eyes full of envy. They had lived for a long time and had been stuck at the peak for a long time. Although they had entered the eternal world and had a better cultivation environment, it was still like an illusion. The momentum of advancement from the sect of all times swept across the entire eternal world. Every living thing could feel it clearly. It was shocking. It was vast. This magnificent scene lasted for about half a day. Just as everyone was meditating and comprehending, Li Qingyang flew out of the courtyard. Sizzle. A flash of light like thunder and lightning streaked across the sky above the sect of all times, emitting an extremely powerful thundermite, standing proudly in the sky. Gradually, Li Qingyang gradually appeared from the light. His appearance had not changed at all. His eyes flashed with the light of thunder and lightning, but they looked more mature and sharper. Even his fluttering black hair had thunder snakes lingering around it. Li Qingyang was also a handsome guy. There was no doubt about that. Now that he had merged with the 5 thunder spirits and broken through to the half-step divine secret realm, his temperament was naturally better than before. Tell me the truth. Su Xiaoma said, I'm jealous. I'm jealous too. Li Fei said. Don't worry. Jun Changshao walked over and put his hands on their shoulders, saying, sooner or later, you will stand proudly in the sky like Qingyang and be admired by the world. The system said, the premise is that the spirit seeds obtained later on are not fated to be with the host. Father. In the Li family of Qingyang City, Sister Qiao said happily, it's really Qingyang. She was already engaged to Li Qingyang and lived in the Li family, so she changed the way she addressed the Li family head. As for the latter, he had already accepted this ordinary daughter-in-law. Whoosh! At this moment Li Qingyang, who was standing in the sky, pointed his finger. Like an electric arc, a light flew toward the Li family and surrounded Sister Qiao. Then, he pulled her gently and hugged her in his arms. Ignoring the whole world, he turned into a domineering CEO and kissed her without hesitation. Su Xiaoma's eyes widened. After a while, he gave a thumbs up and said, I'm convinced. He would say sweet nothings to Xia Shuiyun in public, but compared to his second senior brother, who had just advanced and kissed his fiancée without any pretense when he was in the limelight, it was simply worlds apart. Not bad, not bad. Elder Wei smiled in satisfaction, then looked at Jun Changshao in front of the main hall and said with relief, under the patriarch's lead, the disciples are gradually enlightened. I'll lead? Jun Changshao asked, Elder Wei, what do you mean? Elder Wei smiled and said, Patriarch and Madam hugged and kissed in the cockpit. This is not something shameful, Patriarch, you don't have to hide it. Jun Changshao said with a cold face, who said that? Chapter 1779. Li Qingyang had successfully obtained the opportunity to enter the half-step heavenly legacy stage after merging with the 5 lightning spirit. After breaking through, he pulled his fiancée over to express his excitement and did something that even Su Xiaoma did not dare to do. A man's romance. Su Xiaoma was already very impressive, but Li Qingyang was even more impressive. Indeed, in comparison, Jun Changshao was simply trash. Second senior brother, mighty. Second senior brother, mighty. The cheers of the disciples in the sect of all times could be heard. Not only were they envious of Li Qingyang for breaking through to the half-step heavenly legacy stage, but they were also happy and proud for him. This was the sect of all times. There was no envy, no jealousy, and some were even proud of their fellow disciples' breakthrough. On the contrary, in the complicated environment of a large sect, there were all kinds of schemes, and the most basic trust between people did not exist. TSK. Yi Xingchen snorted and turned to enter the training tower. He was a little unhappy that he was not the first to enter the half-step heavenly legacy stage, so he would work even harder to cultivate. Knight Emperor was a strong person, everyone knew. As for Li Qingyang's actions, he despised him from the bottom of his heart, because a true martial artist should focus on martial arts and not be bound by emotions. Yi Xingchen had such an attitude, not because he was plotted against by Empress Lingyao, but because he had been like this since the beginning. Although he was much better now, at least he valued the feelings of the sect, but he was still conflicted about romantic relationships. Boom. Boom. In the training tower, Knight Emperor had been torturing himself, undergoing high-intensity training, but his thoughts kept drifting to the past, recalling that face full of grievances and resentment. Damn it! Why can't I forget? Why? In the main hall, Li Qingyang walked over and cupped his fists. I did not disappoint Patriarch and successfully merged with the 5 lightning spirits, breaking through to the half-step heavenly legacy stage. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao smiled. In truth, he had originally only hoped that his disciple would be able to fuse with a Thunder Soul. He never thought that he would be able to find an opportunity to take half a step into the next realm. This could be considered an unexpected harvest. Qingyang. Jun Changshao walked down, patted him on the shoulder and said, "You are the first disciple after me to step into the half-step divine mystery stage, so you have to take the lead and let your fellow disciples practice martial arts more passionately." "Yes," Li Qingyang said seriously. "You may leave." "Oh right." Jun Changshao paused for a moment and said, "Ask little Mo to come to the cultivation room. I have something to say to him." "Yes." Li Qingyang retreated. On the way, he muttered in his heart, "Why do we have to go to the cultivation room?" Under normal circumstances, if the Patriarch had any instructions, he would either do it in the main hall of the sect or in the study of the Patriarch. He had never been to the cultivation room before. Could it be? Li Qingyang guessed. The Patriarch wants to personally teach junior brother Su martial arts? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. He felt happy for Su Xiaoma. "Junior brother, your opportunity is coming." Towering peak. Su Xiaoma sat in the courtyard with a bitter expression. "Third senior brother." Li Fei walked over with a happy football and asked in confusion, "Why have you been so depressed since second senior brother broke through?" Sigh. Su Xiaoma said, "I feel a little bad." He was also quite happy that Li Qingyang had broken through to the half-step divine mystery stage. However, this happiness did not last long before it was replaced by an ominous feeling. "Junior brother," Su Xiaoma said seriously, "my right eyelid has been twitching." Li Fei said, "If the left eyelid twitches, the right eyelid twitches for fortune. This is a good thing." "I hope so." Su Xiaoma forced himself to be spirited and said, "Come, let's go and play football." Just as the two of them walked out of the courtyard, Li Qingyang walked over and said, "Junior brother Su, the Patriarch wants you to go to the cultivation room." "Cultivation room?" Su Xiaoma said in surprise. "What's the matter?" "I'm not too sure." Li Qingyang said, "Maybe he wants to impart martial arts to you." "Look," Li Fei said, "am I right? If the left eyelid twitches, the right eyelid twitches for fortune." Su Xiaoma smiled and said, "I'll go first." After that, he skipped to the cultivation room, completely without the worry from before. Looking at the back view that was gradually disappearing, Li Qingyang and Li Fei could not help but sincerely wish him well in their hearts. They hoped that he would gain something under the Patriarch's guidance. Outside the cultivation room, many disciples gathered around and discussed. He was called in by the Patriarch alone. Could it be that he wants to guide third senior brother alone? Perhaps third senior brother might break through to the half-step divine mystery stage. The more they talked, the more envious they became. The disciples of the sect of all times knew that the patriarch was usually very busy. Teaching the disciples was also done by the elders of the various peaks. Now that he personally called third senior brother to the cultivation room, it was definitely a one-on-one online guidance. Let me listen. Li Tiantian was very bold. He leaned his ear against the door. Although he knew that the soundproofing of the cultivation room was good, he still could not resist his curiosity. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from inside. Li Tiantian, who had just approached the door, broke out in cold sweat because a palm print suddenly protruded from the outer wall. It was so close to his face that it would have hit him by a hair's breadth. Boom! 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 At this moment, the explosion became even more frequent. Palm prints, fist prints, footprints, and saber prints protruded from the outer wall of the cultivation room. Because the speed was too fast and the rhythm was too fast, the focus of the disciples standing outside shifted left and right, up and down. I understand, Li Tiantian said. The patriarch is teaching third senior brother martial arts. The cultivation room has been stabilized by the array hall many times, but he can still be beaten so badly. The moves that the patriarch is teaching third senior brother must be very powerful. Will we have a chance to cultivate? It's hard to say. This might be an exclusive martial art. Otherwise, why would third senior brother be called in alone? Sigh. Everyone expressed their helplessness. Boom. 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 The cultivation room was filled with continuous movement. The protruding palm prints and fist prints gradually turned into human forms and assumed different postures. What's the meaning of this? Why does it look like third senior brother? I know. Li Tiantian slapped his head and said, third senior brother must be using himself to test the martial arts. Creak. Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, the door to the cultivation room suddenly opened, and Jun Changshao walked out in a carefree manner. At the same time, he was tidying up his cuff. Patriarch. The disciples straightened their backs. Yes. Jun Changshao nodded, and a signature smile appeared on his face. Then, he waved his sleeves and left with the demeanor of a master. The teaching is over? It's a bit fast. What do you know? The more profound the martial arts, the less complicated the moves are. Everyone hurried to the door of the cultivation room and poked their heads in. They immediately felt the powerful true spirit force that had not completely dissipated. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. The patriarch's one-on-one online guidance is indeed terrifying. Excuse me. Suddenly, a pig's face appeared in their field of vision. Oh my God! Everyone was scared and retreated. Some even crossed their hands and assumed a battle stance. After all, the face that suddenly appeared in the cultivation room was too scary. Something's not right. Li Tiantian was the first to calm down. He squinted his eyes and looked over, and exclaimed, third senior brother. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Xiaoma, whose face was so miserable that it could only be pixelated, strode over. He stopped in front of the stairs, waved his hand, and took out a cigar. He lowered his head and lit it. Then, his fingers trembled violently, and his body collapsed on the stairs like mud. A large amount of white foam flowed out and gathered into a river. Third senior brother. Quick, inform the medical hall. Everyone was showing off. Only bubbly foam was getting beaten up. Chapter 1780. As long as it was seen by Big Mouth Su, it meant that the entire sect knew about it. Therefore, he deserved to be taught a lesson by Jun Changshao today. Sigh. In the ward, Xia Shuiyun used a towel to wipe the foam from his mouth and said, when can you change this habit of yours? Su Xiaoma said bitterly, I want to change, but I can't control it. He didn't purposely blabber, but he always blurted it out in the middle of a conversation. In my opinion, Xia Shuiyun brought a spoonful of porridge to his mouth and said, "This is a kind of illness that needs to be treated by Senior Marshal Brother Sunday." "That's right." Su Xiaoma held her hand and said affectionately, "I have an illness. It's a kind of illness where if I don't see you every day, I'd rather die." Glib tongue. Xia Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him. Obviously, she was already used to Su Xiaoma's vulgar words of love. She didn't blush at all. If it was in the past, she might have lowered her head and said shyly, "Annoying." Goxing opened his mouth and ate a mouthful of porridge. He praised, "Shuiyun, your cooking is getting better and better. You can even replace Junior Marshal Sister Lu in managing the dining hall." "If Hall Master Lu heard this, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter the dining hall," Xia Shuiyun said unhappily. "She dares." Su Xiaoma said, "I'm still the third senior marshal brother." At this time, Lu Wancher walked into the ward with a basket of eggs and said, "Senior marshal brother, you look good. You're speaking so loudly." Su Xiaoma, who had a proud look on his face just now, immediately smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Sister Lu, why are you here?" Xia Shuiyun was speechless. That arrogant look from before was gone. There was an unwritten rule in the sect of all times that elders and protectors could be offended, but Hall Master Lu couldn't be offended because she was in charge of the dining hall. If they offended her, they would be eating salted rice in the future. "Of course I'm here to visit senior brother." Lu Wancher put the egg on the table. Seeing that his whole body was wrapped in bandages, she said, "The patriarch is also too much, he hits so hard." "Ai." Su Xiaoma sighed. After Lu Wancher left, the other disciples came to visit. They sympathized with third senior brother, but there were also some who were secretly happy. "Who? Yi Xingchen, Xiao Ziji. You should be more careful in the future." Xia Shuiyun tidied up the lunchbox and stood up. "I'll go back first." "Wait a minute." Su Xiaoma grabbed her hand and said, "I'm already so badly injured. Aren't you going to do something? I woke up early in the morning to cook porridge for you. Isn't that a gesture?" Xia Shuiyun said. "That's not what I meant." "What do you mean?" It's the way the madam and the patriarch act in the cockpit." "In your dreams." Xia Shuiyun glared at him and hurriedly left. Because she knew that the patriarch and the madam had hugged and kissed in the cockpit, after leaving the ward, her little face finally turned red. As the first couple to get engaged in the sect of all times, they loved each other deeply. But because they were not married, they always maintained a pure love relationship, even limited to holding hands and whispering sweet nothings. Did they kiss? They definitely did. But it was only little Mo who took the initiative. They lacked the initiative. A couple in love hugging and kissing under the setting sun was a very normal way to express their feelings, so they did not drive. Ai. Su Xiaoma lay on the bed and looked at the scenery outside the window. Sometimes he thought about the patriarch and Li Qingyang's actions and could not help but feel ashamed. "I'm such a failure." Li Qingyang's performance was really beyond imagination, but please do not include Goxing. Because he was not worthy. In the next few days, Xia Shuiyun came to deliver food every morning, noon and night, and accompanied Su Xiaoma, which really showed what love was. According to the relevant department's investigation, 99% of the book's readers were single, so in order to avoid showing off their love, they did not deliberately write the scenes of love. Shui Yun. On this day, Su Xiaoma said, "I've thought a lot during these days of recuperation. I plan to accompany you to travel the mountains and rivers after I recover and leave our footprints in every corner of the eternal world." In fact, he had recovered from his injury long ago, but he had been lying on the bed all the time to escape from Yuan Gongzi and spend more time with his fiancée. Every day, the person he loved deeply cared for him, and every day, the person he loved deeply cooked porridge for him. Su Xiaoma's mentality gradually changed, and even, he felt more and more ashamed. He was ashamed that after being engaged for so long, He did not have much time to accompany her except for whispering sweet nothings to her. From his point of view conflict with Yixingchen, it could be seen that he was a person who valued relationships very much. Patriarch, do you agree? Xia Shuiyun asked. Yes. At this time, Jun Changshao appeared in front of the door of the ward and said, "The world is so big, you should walk around more often instead of being bound to the sect." Patriarch, Su Xiaoma was moved. Jun Changshao said, "You don't need to lie on the bed, do you?" Swish. Su Xiaoma immediately jumped up from the bed, and quickly performed a set of landslide and earth-shattering fist, and said, "Recover as before." Boom. He did not control his strength well, and directly smashed a wall. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changshao looked at Yuan Feng, who was accompanying him, and said expressionlessly, "Remember, Su Xiaoma's monthly salary as a core disciple for this year will be deducted." Yes. Yuan Gongzi took out the small notebook that he always kept in his arms, and quickly wrote it down. His hand speed was very fast, and it could be seen that he usually wrote a lot. Through the camera lens, one could see that on the page, there was also the words, "The Purple King school uniform was struck by lightning, which is an extremely serious dereliction of duty. He will be punished with 10,000 beast pills as a warning to others." The next day, Su Xiaoma changed into ordinary clothes, and left the sect of all times with Xia Shuiyun, who was also wearing plain clothes but could not hide her appearance. When they walked to the gate, they did not forget to wave goodbye to their fellow disciples. "Why did you agree to let the two of them go sightseeing?" In front of the main hall, rows of flowers joked. Jun Changshao said, "Elder Wei said that although little Mo has his style in the past, she is very loyal when it comes to relationships. So." Rows of flowers leaned against the fence, and said with her hands clasped together, "You're letting them go sightseeing to cultivate their relationship?" Yes. Jun Changshao nodded. Rows of flowers said, "I didn't know that you were so considerate of your disciples' relationship." Of course. Jun Changshao held his head high and said, "Who asked me to be the patriarch? When will you have time to take me sightseeing?" Rows of flowers looked into his eyes, to see what kind of expression would appear on his face. "I'm not free." Jun Changshao turned and entered the main hall. Rows of flowers shook her head. This answer was within her expectations. However, when Jun Changshao stepped into the main hall, he said without looking back, "Another day." Rows of Flowers was stunned. If it was a simple answer that he was not free, it could be understood as a refusal, but he added another day. Did it mean that he agreed? On this day, Su Xiaoma left the sect of all times with Xia Shuiyun. It was unknown when the two of them would return, but because they were approved by the patriarch, they would not be forcibly erased even if they started a family outside. As the successor of Elder Wei, he valued relationships very much. Su Xiaoma traveled the world with his fiancée. Would he be able to find an opportunity to break through the half-step Tianji realm? Little Mo, standing at the top of the mountain, Jun Changshao said to himself, "Give me a surprise when you return." P.S. Recently, a reader asked when the manga will be published. Here, the copyright of the manga has been settled. As for when it will be published, it is still unknown. It seemed that his wish was about to come true. Chapter 1781. Su Xiaoma left with Xia Shuiyun. The disciples of the sect of all times continued to cultivate, complete missions, and explore various secret realms. Their days were simple and boring. Jun Changshao wasn't idle either. He drove the eternal ship around the blue cloud system. Whenever he passed by a plane, he would go in and take a look. It wasn't to store anything, but to buy herbs. The greening of the eternal world was still ongoing. A large number of herbs were needed. At the same time, the herbs needed to refine the 6-flavor earth pill also needed to be purchased. The herbs needed for the pill recipe were too high level. It was naturally difficult to buy them in an ordinary plane. This made Jun Changshao very annoyed. In the meantime, he had also visited the store. However, his luck was too bad. He had used up all his uses. If this goes on, how can I trust you again? Jun Changshao complained. The system said, as the saying goes, sincerity is the key to success. The host lacks sincerity. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. Today is the Sky Cloud Realm's 10,000 Flowers Festival. Do you want to go and take a look? Rows of Flowers said. The plane they were in was called the Sky Cloud Realm. It was an ordinary plane. However, there was a large-scale flower festival every year. The two of them came here just in time. Okay. Jun Changshao said, we have nothing to do anyway. The two of them walked out of the room and left the inn. They went straight to the area where the flower festival was held. The streets were decorated with lanterns and banners. It was very lively. Men and women, old and young, were all wearing bright clothes and garlands. Their faces were full of happiness. Beautiful sister. A girl selling garlands ran over. She looked up and smiled. Do you want a garland? After inheriting the colorful soul created by Hua Qianxing, Rose of Flowers had the beauty of the Soul Clan. However, she didn't lose her elegance. It was easy for children to think that she was a fairy. Yes. Jun Changshao said. Handsome brother, do you want one too? The girl said. This handsome brother made Goxing very satisfied. He patted her head and smiled. Give me two. Both men and women participating in the flower festival were required to wear garlands, which symbolized happiness and good health. Since the two of them were going sightseeing, they naturally followed the customs. May fairy sister and immortal brother grow old together and never leave each other. The little girl said sweetly. Wait a minute. At this time, a young man called out to her. He bought 2 garlands and said, Xiao Rou, let me help you put them on. Yes. The accompanying girl lowered her head shyly. This scene was seen by Rose of Flowers. She turned around and said, Will you help me wear it? Forget it, I'll just fulfill her request. Lower your head. Pa. Jun Changshao put the garland on Rose of Flowers' head. Fortunately, the other party's strength was not bad. If it was a girl without cultivation, her neck would have been broken on the spot. The 10,000 Flowers feast was naturally about flowers. In the central area of the city, all kinds of potted plants and flowers were gathered together, competing with each other in beauty. However, when Jun Changshao came with Rose of Flowers, when the peerless beauty walked among them, even if she wore the simplest clothes, the flowers still lowered their heads in shame. Fairy sister. The passers-by were all amazed, and the literati frowned. They were thinking about what poem to use to describe this beauty, and finally came to the conclusion that no beautiful words could describe her. Sure enough. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, A beautiful woman is a beautiful scenery no matter where she goes. Are you praising me? The two of them played in the 10,000 Flowers feast for 2 hours, and then went to the nearby Snack Street and Commercial Street, like a couple going out to play. As for what they ate, what they bought, what they played, and what romantic scenes they had, they did not describe, so as not to hurt the single readers. Back in the eternal world, Jun Changshao said, This is a sightseeing. Just once? How many more times do you want to go? At least travel outside for a few months like little Mo. Come on. I am the patriarch of a sect. Yuan Gongzi happened to be in the grand hall, and he took the opportunity to say, You can leave the matters of the sect to me. Bang! On the spirit beast Peak, Z, who had just put on his brand new school uniform, swaggered out of his room. Suddenly, he heard a rumbling sound, and he quickly turned to look. He saw a person's head caved in on the wall, and his body was falling naturally. It's Yuan Gongzi, Elder Nyo said. Z could tell from the clothes, especially when he recalled that he was fined 10,000 beast cores because of Li Qingyang's breakthrough. He couldn't control his emotions and laughed out loud. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Sizzle! Because he laughed too heartily, and because he laughed too freely, the brand new school uniform that he just wore was instantly torn. This caused Z's smile to freeze, and his expression gradually collapsed. The eternal ship continued to travel in the gray cloud system. As it was not in a hurry to head to the star spirit domain, it had no destination and no destination. Hard work paid off. When Jun Changshao passed by a larger plane, he obtained information about herbs from the passers-by. Sacred medicine domain. There were herb fields everywhere. There were rare and precious natural treasures everywhere. Very good. Jun Changshao's eyes were burning with passion. He ordered Shangguan Xinyao and the others to find this sacred medicine domain in the gray cloud system as soon as possible. Of course, whenever they passed by a plane, they would enter to inquire. Young friend, are you going to the sacred medicine domain? One day, when Jiang Yi was inquiring in a certain main city, an old man walked over. Yes. The old man's eyes had a trace of excitement, but he controlled it very well. He suppressed his voice and said, "This old man knows the way, but what? I don't have a flying tool to leave the plane." "I do," Jun Changshao said, "you just need to lead the way." Finishing his statement, Jiang Yi placed a hand on the old man's shoulder and brought him to the sky. They flew out of the plane and fused into the eternal ship. The entire process was like riding a roller coaster. When the old man stood in the cockpit, his originally sparse white hair was already standing up. "Young friend," the old man hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Extraordinary! This person must be very powerful to be able to bring him through the plane barrier so easily. Lead the way." Jun Changshao did not want to waste time. The old man looked at the starry universe outside and tried hard to recall his youth. He pointed to the east and said, "Follow this direction." The gray cloud system was much bigger than the blue ocean system. Almost 90% of the regions had not been explored. If he had to rely on himself to find it, who knew how long it would take? Thus, Jun Changshao could only rely on him to try his luck. Whoosh, the eternal ship turned around and flew into the dark region. Young friend. Along the way, the old man was shocked by the speed of the battleship. He said solemnly, "Although there are countless natural treasures in the sacred medicine domain, it is also very dangerous. You have to go through all kinds of tribulations just to get close." "What kind of tribulations?" "Patriarch." At this time, Shangguan Xinyao said joyfully, "We found a plane. From the information we received, it is full of vitality. Perhaps it is the sacred medicine domain." At this point, she silently pressed the deceleration button, and the eternal ship slowly came to a stop. This was because in their field of vision, a light spot surrounded by green light appeared. It was like a cloud gathering on the path. It looked a little eerie just by looking at it with the naked eye. "That's right," the old man said solemnly, "that is the sacred medicine domain. But—" He paused and pain appeared in his eyes. "If you want to get close, you have to pass through the 9 layers of thunderclouds surrounding the domain." Boom! Boom! At this time, dozens of thick lightning bolts shot out from the rolling clouds in front of them. Not only did they disperse the darkness, but they also left extremely obvious scorch marks in the void. The old man took 2 steps back in shock. From the undisguised fear in his eyes, it could be guessed that he had experienced it before, and it had formed a psychological shadow. "That's it." Jun Changshao showed disdain on his face. Reader, that's it? Chapter 1782. If it was any other danger, Jun Changshao might have paid attention to it. However, the thunderclouds were the only thing blocking the way, so he didn't care about it at all. Not to mention that he had a lightning rod. Li Qingyang, who had fused with the 5 lightning body, could easily deal with it. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. "It's not challenging at all." The old man's expression was interesting. "Young friend, the 9 thunderclouds are nurtured by the universe. The lightning power brewing in it will be stronger when it's stronger. We fly over." Jun Changshao interrupted the old man. Whoosh, Eternal restarted, but it wasn't too fast. "Young friend." The old man's eyes were even more frightened than before. It could be seen that the 9 thunderclouds brought him an indelible memory of pleasure. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed in the clouds as if they had a premonition that something was approaching. The power was getting stronger each time. Young friend, don't be rash, the old man advised, but soon his eyes widened. This was because a man with a sword on his back appeared out of thin air at the bow of the ship outside the cockpit. Someone actually dared to pose in such a harsh environment. Wasn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? Boom! Boom! Suddenly, dozens of lightning bolts flew out from the clouds. Their target was very clear. They were heading straight for the man with dashing eyebrows and starry eyes. It's over, it's over, the old man howled in his heart. If they just flew over with the warship, there might be a possibility of getting through. But now they were completely locked on. Clang! At this moment, the valiant man standing at the bow of the ship drew his sword and pointed it at the lightning bolts. The old man no longer cared about his demeanor or anything else. His expression collapsed as he roared, "Using the sword to attract lightning, you'll die faster." Boom! Boom! In an instant, lightning flashed in his vision. It was dazzling. The old man's scalp exploded. He howled in his heart, "I shouldn't have followed them." However, the radiance dispersed and everything returned to normal. However, he discovered that he was safe and sound. The entire warship didn't even shake. It was so calm that it made his hair stand on end. The old man hurriedly looked outside and saw that the valiant man still had his back to him and was still holding his sword. Other than the dazzling light around his body, he was completely unharmed. Boom! Boom! At this moment, countless bolts of lightning struck down. Even though the old man's heart was trembling, he still managed to stabilize his body. Widening his eyes, he gradually saw the lightning coming into contact with the tip of the sword, disappearing. Monster! This was a monster! As expected, Jun Changshao sat on the captain's seat and hooked 2 fingers around the goblet. He said, "This kind of thunder element can hardly hurt Xingyang. Patriarch, the tea is here. I want to drink water." "All right." Boom! Boom! In the outside world, lightning crazily spat out. Eternal continued to move forward. Li Qingyang, who was standing on the bow, turned into a human lightning rod. He attracted and absorbed the lightning. His entire body became brighter and brighter, more and more like a light bulb. These bolts of lightning wouldn't harm him. Instead, they would turn into energy, making him feel better and better. It was so comfortable that he even wanted to stretch his back. The 9-layered thundercloud layer was nurtured by the universe. The 5 lightning spirits were also nurtured by the universe. In terms of level, the former could barely hold a candle to the latter. Ding! Side mission activated. A mission came. Jun Changshao opened the mission panel. It wrote, "Subdue the 9-horned thundercloud dragon in the thundercloud layer 0/1 incomplete." 9-horned thundercloud dragon? Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the depths of the thundercloud. Could this be? The old man was shocked. The 9-horned thundercloud dragon in the 9-layered thundercloud layer? Roar! Another roar came, shaking the thundercloud and the universe. Whoosh whoosh! Gradually, a dragon beast with 9 horns and lightning coiled around it appeared in the clouds. When its entire body was revealed, it was like a towering mountain that was blocking the road. Li Qingyang was as small as a fingernail compared to it. "Green sun," Jun Changshao said, "take down this worm." "Worm?" The old man's mouth twitched. Whoosh! In the outside world, Li Qingyang received the order and rushed over with his blood boiling. Resisting the lightning was boring. Now that a powerful giant dragon had appeared, it was a good chance to test his strength. Buzz! The heavenly slaughter lightning rune seemed to have sensed its master's excitement. The blade shone brighter than the lightning. Roar! Seeing the reckless human rushing over, the 9-horned thundercloud dragon roared at him, and violent lightning energy surged. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The electric arcs were vibrating crazily, and even space was distorted. It wasn't that this kind of special effect had never happened before, but it mostly happened when Jun Changshao was fighting against a strong enemy. Now that it had appeared out of nowhere, it was definitely because the manga had been changed so quickly that the scene had been forcefully upgraded. Whoosh! Li Qingyang turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped out of the distorted space. The exclusive divine weapon in his hand emitted a dazzling light. I am the second disciple of the sect of all times, Li Qingyang. Please enlighten me. In the cockpit, the old man's eyes were still wide open because he was watching the disciple who called himself Li Qingyang fight with the nine-horned thundercloud dragon. No. He was bullying it and ravaging it. Boom. Boom. Ayo! The nine-horned thundercloud dragon fled frantically with its tail between its legs. Its voice had lost all of its dignity. As the accompanying dragon beast of the nine-layered thundercloud layer, its battle prowess was extremely strong. Ordinary half-step Heavenly Secrets realm experts were nothing in front of it. And now? The situation was different now. It was of the lightning type, and Li Qingyang was also of the lightning type. It was the accompanying beast of the nine-layered thundercloud layer, and Li Qingyang had inherited the 5 lightning spirits of the universe. I hack, I hack, I hack, I hack, I hack, I hack. I suck, I suck, I suck, I suck. That was the battle process. Although it was huge, it was truly boring. Especially because of the huge gap in their levels. The nine-horned thundercloud dragon couldn't beat Li Qingyang at all. In fact, the lightning it shot out was absorbed by the other party, and it consumed a lot of energy. It wasn't a big problem. If it couldn't win, it could escape. Whoosh! The nine-horned thundercloud dragon ran quickly, but Li Qingyang was even faster. He rushed over and landed on the dragon's head. He grabbed the thickest dragon horn with both hands and threw it to the side. One could only see the huge dragon spinning in the air. Oh my God! The old man's eyeballs were about to pop out. Boom! Boom! Li Qingyang seemed to have turned into a Hercules with unparalleled strength. He held the dragon horn and threw it in the air, making the nine-horned thundercloud dragon dizzy. It fell and fell into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Ka. Thick chains wrapped around the dragon's body. The poor nine-horned thundercloud dragon's body was not only compressed, but it was also completely tied to the hard and cold stone pillar. Damn human! It roared, "Let go of me!" Boom! Boom! Lightning erupted from its body and bombarded the space barrier, causing the Tianyuan prison pagoda to be on the verge of collapse. Master! Arya was shocked. This guy is too violent. Don't worry, don't worry. Jun Changshao walked over calmly and inserted the lightning rod into the ground. This is a ready-made power bank. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lightning that burst out from the nine-horned thundercloud dragon's body was instantly attracted and rushed into the lightning rod. It was then converted into energy, and the LED screen showed that it was charging. Arya. Before leaving, Jun Changshao reminded her, think of a way to keep it spewing lightning. Chapter 1783. When Li Qingyang beat up the nine-horned thundercloud dragon, Jun Changshao kept it in the Tianyuan prison pagoda. The side mission was completed. He didn't get any special items as a reward, only 1,000 reputation points. Not much. But Jun Changshao was very satisfied. After all, it was a freebie. As for the nine-horned thundercloud dragon, which could be charged for 5 minutes, its value was even higher. At present, not only could it be used to charge the lightning rod, but he could also leave it at the foot of the sect of all times as a guardian beast. Perhaps because he was too handsome, Jun Changshao cared a lot about the appearance of demonic beasts. If they were ugly, he could throw them into the myriad demon valley. If they looked mighty, even if they were useless, they could be placed in the sect. Besides, the nine-horned thundercloud dragon wasn't weak, and it was an extremely precious lightning-type dragon beast. Wonderful! Sitting in the cockpit, Jun Changshao swirled the water in his goblet, fully proving that he was simple and unadorned. The old man was silent. To be precise, he was still in shock. The nine-horned thundercloud dragon was an extremely rare lightning-type dragon, but it was easily defeated by this guy's disciple. What a ruthless person! What other dangers are there? Jun Changshao asked. There are extremely powerful medicinal beasts in the sacred medicine realm. The danger level is not lower than the 9-layered thundercloud layer. Medicinal beasts. Jun Changshao was puzzled. The sacred medicine realm is filled with precious treasures. They release medicinal auras all year round. Some of them gather to form various miasma, while some gather to form medicinal beasts. The old man said solemnly. I see. Demonic beasts were very common, but this was the first time he heard of medicinal beasts. Hence, Jun Changshao couldn't help but sigh. The world is so big, nothing is too strange. Swish, Eternal flew through the thunderclouds. With Li Qingyang as the lightning rod, it traveled smoothly to the vicinity of the sacred medicine realm. The initial light spot had already turned into a huge sphere. Although they hadn't entered, they could already smell the rich medicinal fragrance. There was even a green light that represented vitality lingering on the surface. Go in. Swish. Eternal tore through the space barrier and descended upon the sacred medicine realm like a king. I'll go. The disciples stood in front of the window and looked at the colorful world outside. Their mouths gradually fell open. The sacred medicine realm. This was a plain filled with medicinal herbs and natural treasures. Even the air had a green aura visible to the naked eye. That was not an attribute, but the medicinal aura that the old man had mentioned. Boom! Eternal gently landed on a flat ground. After the cabin door opened, Jun Changshao walked out. Smelling the refreshing medicinal fragrance, he immediately felt refreshed. The system said, "This kind of medicinal fragrance is not harmful to the host, but because it is too strong, normal martial artists would not be able to withstand it." So, Jun Changshao released his spiritual senses and covered half of the sacred medicine realm. He said, "There are no living creatures living here." It wasn't that there weren't any living beings living there, but that it wasn't suitable for living there. The more powerful a plane was, the stricter the requirements for living beings. If they couldn't adapt, they would only be destroyed. The sacred medicine realm was not a high-level plane, but because of its special environment and all kinds of high-level natural treasures, it could only be used as a treasure trove and not as a home. In addition, there were thunderclouds that had existed outside for a long time. It was difficult for stronger martial artists to barge in, so it was more like a primitive plane that had not been explored. Cough cough. Su Xiaomao, Li Fei, and the others also walked out of the battleship. The fragrance in the air was too pungent. It even had the possibility of seeping into their bodies and damaging their meridians. Fortunately, they had already entered the peak of the truth-seeking realm. They could easily expel it by circulating their mental cultivation method. It would not cause any harm to their bodies for a short period of time. Patriarch. Hiwudi said solemnly, "We can't stay here for long." This kind of environment mixed with countless medicinal auras was very unfriendly to truth-seeking realm martial artists. Collect the herbs you need and leave this place. Jun Changshao gave each of them a pictorial handbook and said, "Search according to the herbs on it. Dig them all out, whether they are seedlings or adult." In an uninhabited plane, the natural treasures were ownerless. Since he had barged in with his strength, of course, he would take as much as he could. He didn't have to worry about being criticized by little Dodo. To put it bluntly, I came in with my own strength. I can take whatever I want. Are you envious? You can come too. Let's go. Swish, swish, swish. Under Sun Bukong's lead, the members of the medicine hall flew in all directions. Not only did they have to collect the herbs for refining the 6-flavor earth essence pill, but they also had to collect other things. Firstly, they had to refine medicine, and secondly, they had to plant trees. The 8 hall masters of the medicine hall were not idle either. Since they had come to a world where medicinal herbs were the most important, they had to collect more precious herbs for refining pills. It could be said that the sacred medicine realm was an open-air treasure trove. Whether or not they could find what each hall needed depended on themselves. Roar, however, not long after everyone started moving, an angry roar came from the dense forest in the distance. A huge butterfly flew out. There were all kinds of herbs growing on its wings, and its body was filled with gorgeous light. Is this a medicinal beast? Jun Changshao narrowed his eyes and looked at the wings. After confirming one thing, he said happily, rippling water flower blooming. There were many herbs on the huge butterfly's wings. Among them, there were 2 herbs needed to refine the 6-flavor earth essence pill. This was not a beast. This was a medicinal herb warehouse that could fly. Take it down. Swish. Swish. Li Qingyang and the others flew over. Patriarch Jun Changshao returned and found that his daughter was actually living in a doghouse. With an order, 100,000 retired disciples rushed over and built another doghouse for him. Poochie! Poochie! The huge butterfly realized that something was wrong and flapped its wings with all its might. The wind was accompanied by pollen that could be seen with the naked eye. It's poisonous. Take the antidote and wear the gas mask. The disciples calmly took out the antidote refined by Miao Saifeng, put on the gas mask, and continued to rush forward. Don't ask where the gas mask came from. If you ask, it's from the dog. The huge butterfly was the same as the 9-horned thundercloud dragon. It relied on its special ability to survive. However, once it couldn't deal any damage to the target, the final result would be boom. Boom. Yi Xingchen rode on the red hare and spun the heavenly halberd 360 degrees. After a round of sweeping, all sorts of herbs were scattered on the ground. Unfortunately, Uncle De only collected the equipment and not the herbs. Otherwise, he would have received the ingot immediately. Awo! The huge butterfly crouched on the ground and showed a human-like pain in its eyes. Boom! At this moment, the pagoda of purgatory descended from the sky and hit it first. It was quickly absorbed into the pagoda and then turned into a mini form and landed in Jun Changshao's palm. Go Leftover smiled and said, I hope your wings can always nurture heavenly treasures. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the medicinal beasts in the various regions of the sacred medicine world were alarmed by the Sect of all time's disciples' search for herbs. There were tree beasts, flower beasts, and insect beasts. Although they had all kinds of strange forms, they had one thing in common. They lived in places with medicinal aura all year round and had many precious herbs on them. Disciples, listen up. Jun Changshao stood on the mountain peak and said, Take them all down. Yes. The disciples shouted in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth, even overshadowing the roars of the medicinal beasts. Even the space was shaken to the point of trembling. As the only spectator, the old guide stood in front of Eternal and watched as the medicinal beasts that were so powerful that they made his heart tremble were captured. His expression became more and more interesting. Finally, he broke down and said, What kind of people have I brought? Chapter 1784. Outside the sacred medicine realm. A good-looking battleship slowly sailed over. Young master. In the cockpit, an old man who looked like a butler smiled and said, With Senior Shang accompanying us this time, we will definitely gain a lot. Of course. The young man sitting on the captain's chair smiled. His name was Chen Jinqiao. He was the young master of the Chun clan from the Ashen Cloud dimension. The Chun clan operated many businesses, and one of them was related to medicinal herbs. Hence, he had sailed this luxurious battleship to the sacred medicine realm to obtain the medicinal herbs he needed. He had been here many times before. Although he had gained something, he had been tortured by the thunder clouds and medicinal beasts. In the end, the gains did not make up for the losses. It was different this time, because he had hired a powerful cultivator. Don't worry, young Master Chen. A burly middle-aged man standing at the side said, with me accompanying you, you can take whatever treasures you want in the sacred medicine realm. He was the powerful cultivator he had hired. His name was Shang Zhongho. Although he looked calm, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. The aura he exuded was dense. It was obvious that his strength was extraordinary. Then, I will rely on Senior Shang, Chen Jinxiao said. Young master, the butler shouted, we are almost at the 9 thunderclouds. Chen Jinxiao looked up and saw the thunderclouds drifting in the universe. Anger appeared between his brows. Every time he went to the sacred medicine realm, he would inevitably have to pass through it. His subordinates and battleships would either die tragically or be directly destroyed. The losses it brought were immeasurable. Young Master Chen, please open the cabin, Shang Zhongho said. I will go and meet the thunderclouds. Senior Shang, please be careful. Chen Jinxiao ordered his subordinates to open the cabin. Swish. Shang Zhongho flew out from the cabin and stood on the bow of the ship. His hands were behind his back and his chest was puffed out. His aura was quite strong. Boom, boom. The battleship sailed in and lightning burst out. Swish. Shang Zhongho raised his right hand and used his finger to block the lightning, instantly breaking it. Impressive. Chen Jinxiao and the butler clapped and praised. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning burst out crazily. Shang Zhongho broke it with his finger. The whole process was simple and calm, fully displaying the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Chen Jinxiao smiled. As expected of a powerful cultivator who had spent a lot of money. With his protection, the medicinal herbs in the sacred medicine realm could be obtained. And those medicinal beasts, as long as he caught a few of them and brought them back to the clan, they would be able to produce unique natural treasures every once in a while. Young master. Just as he was immersed in his wonderful fantasy, the butler said, We've passed through the thunderclouds. At this moment, Shang Zhongho had already returned. He shook his head and said, I've heard that there's a 9-horned thundercloud dragon in the 9-fold thundercloud layer. Why haven't I seen it? I've come to the sacred medicine realm more than 100 times, but I've only seen it once, and I almost lost my life there. That's why such a life-bound beast is hard to come by, said Chen Jinxiao. Thinking back to the time when he encountered the 9-horned thundercloud beast, if it wasn't for his subordinates risking their lives to protect him, he would probably be dead by now. Senior Shang, Chen Jinxiao said with a serious expression, although we have safely passed through the thunderclouds, the medicinal beasts in the sacred medicine realm are extremely powerful. You must be serious after entering. Especially that rainbow butterfly beast. When it flaps its wings, it produces an extremely strong poison. As long as it comes into contact with the skin, it will rapidly rot and even spread throughout the body. It's all right, Shang Zhongho said. I am already immune to poison. There's also a bug beast with eyes all over its body. Don't make eye contact with it, or you will be easily controlled. It's all right, Shang Zhongho said calmly. This person's tone was filled with pride, but it didn't make one feel that he was being pretentious. That was because he could withstand the lightning so easily proved that he was truly capable. If there are great gains this time, I will definitely give Senior Shang another generous gift, said Chen Jinxiao with cupped fists. Swish. The battleship cut through the void and merged into the sacred medicine realm. Because he had been here too many times, Chen Jinxiao was not in the mood to admire the scenery. After landing, he immediately ordered his subordinates to leave as quickly as possible. Boom, boom. At that moment, an explosion came from afar. What's going on? Chen Jinxiao looked over in shock and saw the huge bug beast with many eyes and many medicinal herbs lying on the ground. Its eyes were filled with depression, and it was crying non-stop. Senior brother. Li Fei jumped on him and shouted, I defeated this guy. The medicinal beast he dealt with was called the 100-eyed soul enchanting bug. Anyone who made eye contact with its eyes would be eroded by some kind of power and become a puppet under its control. Xiao Ziji and the others were caught off guard. Although they relied on their powerful mental cultivation method to stabilize their minds, they were all sitting cross-legged on the ground. However, only Li Fei was not disturbed. "You look at me? All right, I'll look at you too." One man and one bug looked at each other. In the end, the more the hundred-eyed soul enchanting bug looked at him, the more upset it felt. It even had the mentality of, "I'm so ugly, why should I live in this world?" He could control living beings with his eyes. Li Fei could control emotions with his eyes, causing the target to have a strong sense of disgust. This was the body of depression. This kind of physique could not be used in actual combat, but it often had a miraculous effect on beasts with low intelligence, such as the white-eyed soul enchanting bug in front of him. Swish! Li Fei took out a rope and tied up this large caterpillar like a dumpling. Then, he dragged it step by step to the area where Eternal Ship was. Chen Jinxiao saw the whole process and his expression was completely dull. He did not expect that there would be people in the sacred medicine realm, and he did not expect the hundred-eyed soul enchanting bug to be captured. Patriarch! At this time, a shout came from the sky, "All the medicinal beasts in the east have been caught." Swish! Swish! Diablo flew over one by one. They were either carrying medicinal beasts on their shoulders or hanging them with rope. They were all transported over one by one. "Young master," the butler's voice sounded in his ears, "look at your feet." Chen Jinxiao lowered his head and realized that the area where he landed all year round had no medicinal herbs, no plants, and only bare soil. From the messy scene, it was obvious that they had all been taken away. Whoosh! At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. Chen Jinxiao and the butler looked up and saw a huge demon beast covered in thorns slowly flying over with a piece of land on its head. That's right. It was a large piece of land with many heaven and earth treasures planted on it. "Master!" Page shouted, "I found another medicinal field suitable for transplanting." The corner of Chen Jinxiao's mouth twitched and he howled in his heart, "Are they moving?" Only the tip of the iceberg. From afar, every corner of the sacred medicine world was bare and dented. Heaven and earth treasures, medicinal herbs, seedlings, and even the special soil used for planting had all been dug away. 360 medicinal beasts, 120 medicinal fields, 2,600,000 medicinal sprouts, heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Young Master Yuan sat on the table in front of the Eternal Ship and took notes while muttering. Where was Go Xing? He was lying on a rocking chair in the distance, wearing dazzling sunglasses and enjoying the sunlight. At the same time, he did not forget to say, "Babies, time is money. Don't waste a minute and a second." Yes, all of the disciples worked even harder. That's right. The sect of all times was moving everything that could be used in the sacred medicine world to the eternal world. Stop! At this time, a loud voice resounded through the sky. Jun Changshao pulled down his dazzling sunglasses with his fingers and looked at the middle-aged man standing in the sky. The disciples of the sect of all times who were busy killing medicinal beasts and collecting medicinal herbs and seedlings all stopped and looked over from all directions. Everyone. Shang Zhongho, who was floating in the sky, said calmly, "Put down what you shouldn't have." "Why?" "Because I booked the whole place." Pfft. Go Xing laughed out loud. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times shook their heads and continued to busy themselves. Shang Zhongho's face darkened. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, Chen Jinxiao clapped his hands and walked over, saying, "This is the first time I've seen someone who dares to look down on Aurora Lingxiao." "Who are you?" Jun Changshao asked. "Heaven Crossing Realm, Chen family's direct descendant." When Chen Jinxiao introduced himself, his arrogance was even stronger than Shang Zhongho's. Jun Changshao got up from the reclining chair and put it on his shoulder. He had a weed in his mouth, and his shoulder and right leg shook frequently. He said, "What do you want?" He looked no different from a street gangster. "It's very simple." Shang Zhongho landed and said calmly, "Take your people and get out of the sacred medicine realm. Don't be in such a hurry." Jun Changshao said, "Once we're done, we'll leave immediately." After he finished speaking, he turned around and clapped his hand. "Darlings, someone is urging you to hurry up. Hurry up." Whoosh! A stream of light suddenly attacked. The weed in Jun Changshao's mouth was directly cut off. Shang Zhongho retracted his finger and said coldly, "Don't like to waste time." But Jun Changshao spat out the weed in his mouth, turned his face, took off his sunglasses and said with a cold gaze, "You want to fight?" Chapter 1785. Jun Changshao, who came to the sacred medicine realm, only wanted to take what he needed. Therefore, he ordered his disciples to get busy. However, he needed too many things, such as herbs, seedlings, beasts, and fields. If he wanted to take all of them, he would have to empty the entire sacred medicine realm. Shang Zhongho was unhappy. He finally got a big order to help the Chun family's young master obtain all kinds of resources. However, he encountered a group of people who looked like bandits. He had to stop them. To put it bluntly, if Jun Changshao only took a few things, he could pretend that he didn't see anything. However, if he took the land and prevented the employer from making profits, he definitely couldn't accept it. Therefore, Shang Zhongho made a move. A beam of light flew out and cut off the weed in Jun Changshao's mouth. This was a warning to the other party. If he didn't cooperate, his head would be broken next. If it was someone else, they would definitely be shocked by the superb beam of light just now. They might even be scared and run away. However, the person involved was Jun Changshao. Who was he? A protagonist who was suspected to have bad morals and was also suspected to be a eunuch. There was no smoke without fire. Since he was labeled as such, it meant that there was definitely something wrong with this person. Usually, he would go to extremes because of his perverted and twisted mentality. Provoke him? Wasn't that just courting death? In the early stage, Jun Changshao was courting death in all kinds of ways. In the later stage, Jun Changshao was courting death in the eyes of the readers. Humph! The butler walked over and said coldly, "Senior Shang is already very kind. Hurry up and get lost." "Who are you?" Jun Changshao looked over with a gloomy face. "Chen family. Butler of Internal Affairs." Bam! Bam! As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Changshao suddenly appeared in front of him. He picked up the recliner and smashed it. He scolded while smashing, "What's a butler like you doing? Impudent!" Shang Zhongho's eyes turned cold. Several beams of light shot out. Jun Changshao turned around and placed the recliner in front of him. Bam! 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 The powerful beams of light blasted on the recliner and forced him to take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, he grinned and said, "No wonder you are so arrogant. Turns out that you have some ability." Shang Zhongho was stunned. This seemingly ordinary recliner could actually withstand his Aurora finger. Could it be a supreme treasure? In fact, the reclining chair was very ordinary. Hall Master Fan had made it for the Patriarch when he had nothing better to do. The reason why Jun Changshao was able to withstand such a powerful force was because he had used his true spirit energy to support it. With his current strength, even a brick could be used as a weapon. Especially at the edges, it could even cause several times the damage. "Brat! Hitting me is the same as hitting the Chun family. You're finished." The butler, whose head was covered in blood, staggered back and roared. Chen Jinxiao frowned, displeasure appearing on his face. "I've already announced my name, but this guy actually dares to make the first move. He really doesn't put my Chen clan in his eyes." "Senior Shang," Chen Jinxiao said, "I'll leave these people to you." He did not like to waste time either. After all, the medicinal qi of the sacred medicine realm was too strong. He would have to pay the price if he stayed for even a minute longer. He had to quickly obtain the medicinal ingredients he needed and leave this place. Young Master Chen, you can go pick the herbs in peace, Shang Zhongho said. I will deal with them. Jun Changshao was speechless. So, they were also here to pick herbs. I'll pick mine and you'll pick yours. Isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? Why must you chase them away and monopolize the sacred land of medicinal ingredients? Is there any meaning in that? Bah! The system said. Is that considered digging? You're almost taking the sacred medicine realm away. I'm taking it based on my ability. Is there anything wrong with that? The system was speechless. Don't blame Jun Changshao for going overboard with his words. In truth, if anyone had an independent plane, they would have the thought of taking the sacred medicine realm away. For example, Chen Jinqiao. Every time he came to the sacred medicine realm, he would return with a bountiful harvest. He even regretted that his battleship's capacity was too small. Hence, this time, he invited an elite and specially drove a high-level battleship over. He wanted to take as much as he could. If he could fit a plane, that would be the best. Since there were natural treasures in a plane that was not suitable for living beings to live in, naturally, those with the ability would take more, and those who were not would take less. This was still considered good. Even if something had an owner, as long as it was targeted, people would use all means to snatch it. Kid. Shang Zhongho raised his finger, and light gradually gathered. He said, I'll count to 3. Hurry up and get out of the sacred medicine realm. Otherwise, sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. He slowly raised his hand. Shang Zhongho said, a wise man submits to circumstances. You can still be saved. Don't misunderstand. Jun Changshao raised his hand and said, I'm not surrendering. He waved his hands and said, come over, all of you come over. Boom. Boom. The disciples of the sect of all times gathered in the sacred medicine realm either put down the medicinal beasts on their backs or the medicinal herbs in their hands and flew over at their fastest speed. Then, they gathered near the eternal ship and surrounded Shang Zhongho, Chen Jinqiao, and the others. What? You want to outnumber me? Shang Zhongho was disdainful. Ah! The butler laughed loudly and said, Senior Shang is famous in the heaven-crossing world for being good at outnumbering many. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals are not enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Shang Zhongho's face was filled with pride. What the butler said was the truth. It was precisely because of this that Chen Jinqiao hired him. After all, there were too many medicinal beasts in the sacred medicine realm. They needed this kind of powerhouse. Since that's the case, Jun Changshao said, then I'll give you respect. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands continuously. With each beat, tens of thousands of people would appear out of thin air. In the end, 100,000 disciples, tens of thousands of mechas, elders, protectors, and hall masters were all present. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. An explosive aura spread and enveloped the sacred medicine realm. The smiles on Chen Jinqiao and the butler's faces completely froze. Especially when they felt the explosive realm energy waves, their scalps went numb. Swish. At this moment, Jun Changshao sat on the chair prepared by Xiao Ziji. He clasped his hands together and rested his chin on them. He smiled and said, Are you challenging my sect alone? Or will my sect challenge you to a duel? The corner of Shang Zhongho's mouth twitched. If there were only 100,000 disciples, he might not care about them. However, there were many higher-ups and even core disciples among them. All of them were glaring at him, making him feel as if he had fallen into a tiger's den. Not talking. Jun Chang smiled and said, Then you can challenge my sect alone. Go. Whoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, the densely packed heaven-crossing palm prints pressed down. The number was already indescribable. The scene of them fighting with numbers was also indescribable. The Sect of all times' battle prowess was simply too strong. However, Shang Zhongho was also experienced in the battlefield. Facing the palm prince pressing down, he did not panic and spread out his 10 fingers. The power of Aurora gathered and instantly shot out dozens of finger light. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? Jun Changshao said indifferently. Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and the other higher-ups raised their right hands one after another. Colorful beams of light shot out. This was the 7 profound light break. Swish, swish. Streams of colorful light pierced through the heaven-crossing palm prince and blasted over at extremely tricky angles. Shang Zhongho's Aurora finger condensed energy to form a small beam of light. The Sect of all times' 7 profound light break was also a condensed beam of light. However, not only was it stronger, it was also thicker and more powerful than the former. Not good. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. All kinds of light beams bombarded, all kinds of palm prints suppressed. Chen Jinxiao, the butler, and the others were so shocked that they fled towards the warship. Occasionally, they would look back and see more than 100,000 people suspended in midair, condensing all kinds of power to bombard an area. If Shang Zhongho was compared to a special forces soldier with an AK-47, he was currently surrounded by 100,000 soldiers. What was worse was that they were using machine guns, heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers to bombard him. Just imagine. Who could stand it? Therefore, when Jun Changshao raised his hand, when the Sect of all times disciples stopped firing and retracted their guns, the arrogant Aurora Lingxiao was sunken into a deep pit. His entire body was charred black, and his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted as he foamed at the mouth. Jun Changshao shook his head and looked at the terrified Chen Jinxiao, the butler, and the others in the distance. He said disappointedly, "Is this what you mean by few fighting against many? Big brother, you have too many, too many." Chapter 1786. The Aurora spirit hero was not weak. He was considered one of the top half-step divination realms. In the crossing heaven world, he often fought with others and was especially good at fighting with fewer people. It was rumored that he fought against more than 100,000 beasts alone. It was because of this that Chen Jinxiao spent a lot of money to hire him, hoping to protect his safety in the sacred medicine world. It could be seen that Shang Zhongho was the real deal from the 9-layered thundercloud layer. However, an expert who was best at fighting with fewer people just had to meet the Sect of all times, who was good at fighting with more people. In the end, he was beaten until he fainted. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Not to mention, there were countless hands. The most fatal thing was that the Sect of all times was very strong as a whole. Although only Jun Changshao and Li Qingyang were half-step divination realms, peak truth-seeking realms like Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho had been cultivating in their sects all year round. Their combat power might not be inferior to half-step divination realms. If Shang Zhongho fought one-on-one, he might have a chance. However, if he was surrounded by the Sect of all times, he would definitely be beaten up. Come here, come here. Jun Changshao waved at Chen Jinxiao. It could be seen that the other party was a young master of an aristocratic family. The guy who was killed was probably a helper he had invited. Chen Jinxiao's legs trembled, especially when he thought of that group of people who were like demons, gathering power in the sky and bombarding crazily. Cold sweat broke out on his spine. Come. Whoosh, whoosh. Powerful true spirit energy turned into a huge hand and pulled Chen Jinxiao over. I'm here to dig for materials. Jun Changshao pressed his forehead against his head and said eerily, "Do you have a problem with that?" This expression and voice almost scared Chen Jinxiao out of his wit. He tried to control his emotions and said with a trembling voice, "No. No problem, kid." The butler shouted, You dare to hurt young master, the Chen family will not let you off." Chen Jinxiao almost cursed out loud. Can't you see that I'm being held hostage? This guy actually dared to say such harsh words. If he angered the other party, he would be the one who would die, not him. Jun Changshao said, "You keep mentioning the Chen clan. Is this clan very strong?" The Chen family was not strong. They were just a family that ran various businesses. It was because of this that they had many connections in the Crossing Heaven world. Friend, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. There's no deep hatred between us. Why don't we turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? Chen Jinxiao said. That makes sense. Jun Changshao pondered for a moment and said, "Take out the jade silk and I'll let you go." Jade silk. It generally referred to wealth. To put it bluntly, it was spending money to avoid disaster. In this aspect, Jun Changshao was quite familiar with it. Furthermore, he had never killed anyone after paying them. He was truly a trustworthy veteran. Take it. I'll take it. Chen Jinxiao understood what he meant. He hurriedly took out his spatial ring and said, "There are 1,000,000 high-grade heaven crossing stones here." The hired helper was lying on the ground twitching. Whether or not he could survive depended on the amount of jade and silk. Heaven crossing stones? Jun Changshao took it and infused his spiritual thoughts into it. He found that there were many crystal-clear spirit stones inside. The attributes of heaven and earth were not inferior to the first-class spirit stones in the eternal world. Since it can produce spirit stones of this level, the Crossing Heaven world mentioned just now is probably not weaker than the former Xianyuan world. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao asked, "What level is the Crossing Heaven world?" "One first class." Sure enough. The strength of spirit stones determined the level of a plane. Jun Changshao was not surprised. Instead, he was full of expectations. Since leaving the upper world, he had not been to a first-class plane. He could go and see it. "Where is the Crossing Heaven world?" Jun Changshao immediately denied, "Forget it. Show me the way later." He let go of his hand and said, "Babies, let's get to work." Yes, the disciples continued to work. One by one, the medicinal beasts were subdued. One by one, the medicinal fields were mined. One by one, the treasures of heaven and earth were dug out. Chen Jinxiao and the steward squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. They used their spiritual thoughts to spy on the potholes nearby. They all thought to themselves, "They're a group of robbers." Half a month later, the originally lush sacred medicine world became barren. Except for a few young medicinal herbs that survived, the rest of the treasures of heaven and earth were all taken into the eternal world. Of course, Jun Changshao did not dig out all of them. Before leaving, he ordered the disciples to bury some of the medicinal herbs' seeds in the soil. Although almost 80% of the treasures of heaven and earth had disappeared, there was still a large amount of medicinal energy in the sacred medicine world. Over time, the seeds would grow again. As for whether it would be as prosperous as before, it was hard to say. Destroying the world tirelessly. Just as Little Du was crazily condemning Goshing's unscrupulous behavior, a few battleships slowly flew in after the Eternal ship left. There were obvious traces of lightning bombardment on the hull. It was obvious that they were not struck by lightning when they came in. The cabin door slowly opened. A group of martial artists walked out. There were adult men and women, young children, and the old, weak, sick, and disabled. They looked like refugees. "Patriarch!" Someone shouted excitedly, "This place is suitable for living." The Patriarch said, "From today onwards, our clan will settle down here." Yes. Everyone got busy. In a short period of time, they built a small city for living. Then, they continued to expand to other barren areas. As Jun Changshao had plucked a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, the medicinal energy inside had decreased significantly. It was suitable for living beings to live in. Coincidentally, there were fleeing battleships that flew in. Hence, they settled down here naturally. In the future, it would gradually grow and even reach its peak. It would become one of the planes that could not be ignored in the gray cloud system. In conclusion, Jun Changshao had done another good deed. Because of today's plundering, he would even create a powerful plane in the future. This was a story for later. It would not be mentioned in the future. Thank you, little friend. The old man who led the way previously landed on the residential plane and cupped his hands in gratitude. He had brought Jun Changshao to the sacred medicine world in hopes of obtaining a certain medicinal herb. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, he naturally had to get off the ship. You are welcome, Jun Changshao said. After that, he turned and returned to the eternal ship. Little friend. The old man called out to him with a solemn expression. The heaven crossing world is one of the top planes in the gray cloud system. You must be careful. He did not know about the Chun family, but he knew that people from the heaven crossing world were not to be trifled with. Now that Jun Changshao had kidnapped a young master and was taking the initiative to go to the heaven crossing world, such behavior was no different from walking into a trap. Okay. Jun Changshao responded and returned to the eternal ship. Whoosh, the battleship flew out of the space barrier and merged into the endless universe. Under Chen Jinxiao's guidance, it headed toward the first-class heaven crossing world. It was quite far. It took half a month to reach it. So big. When it was about to merge into the space barrier, the disciples of the sect of all times stood in front of the window and looked at the plane that seemed to be shrouded in holy light. Their eyes were filled with surprise. In fact, the eternal world was not small, but they had never seen it as a whole. Whoosh! After passing through the space barrier, the eternal ship docked in an empty space in the heaven crossing world. Jun Changshao walked out and felt the heaven and earth attributes that greeted him. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. As expected of a first-class plane. Father! At this time, Chen Jinxiao rushed out of the eternal ship and took out something that looked like a jade slip. He cried out in tears. Come and save me! Jun Changshao was speechless. He had been eating and drinking well, and taking care of him all the way. Did he have to get off the ship and ask for help? Chapter 1787. Jun Changshao was very professional. After taking Chen Jinxiao's money, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. He even took good care of him along the way. And the result? That guy ran out and screamed for help. If he didn't explain it clearly, others would think that he was abusing him. Kid! The housekeeper also ran out of Eternal and said angrily, You're dead today. On the way, he was like a coward. Now that he was in his own territory, he could finally be unbridled. He believed that the family would come immediately if the young master asked for help. Jun Changshao shook his head. The Chun family's young master and housekeeper were a little anxious. If he really wanted to kill them, he could easily kill them now. Whoosh! All of a sudden, powerful auras gushed over from afar as several experts flew over, hovering above the eternal ship in the blink of an eye. Second uncle. Chen Jinxiao saw this and cried, Save me! There were a total of 4 experts in the air. The leader was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. His hair was white, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. You're here already? Jun Changshao was a little surprised. From the time he asked for help until now, it had been at most a minute. Speed was really important in war. Qiao. Chen Yinjia frowned and said, What's going on? Second elder. The housekeeper pointed at Jun Changshao and said angrily, The young master and I went to the Saint Medicine World to pick herbs and were kidnapped by this guy. He even extorted millions of crossing heaven stones. Hey, Jun Changshao said unhappily, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. He didn't think that he was being kidnapped or extorted. It was because they attacked first and couldn't beat him that he chose to turn hostility into friendship. How dare you blackmail my Qin family? Chen Yinjia said angrily, You have guts. It's okay. Jun Changshao was too lazy to explain. In fact, in this situation, no matter how he explained, it was useless. The only way to solve the problem was to fight. Chen Yanjia and the other powerhouses of the Chen family thought so too. Knowing that their direct descendant had been kidnapped and blackmailed, the aura around them became even more intense. It was obvious that they were ready to take action at any time. "Brat," the butler said fiercely, "just wait for your death." It was undeniable that the scene of more than 100,000 people ganging up on Shang Zhongho in the sacred medicine realm was too terrifying. However, Shang Zhongho was only one person after all. Right now, he was in his own territory, and just the Chen clan's forces alone were not few. How could they be afraid of him? Swish, swish. At this time, even more Chen family members flew over. Their numbers gradually increased from a few hundred to a few thousand. Although the Chen family mainly ran businesses in the Crossing Heaven world, they were still considered a prestigious family. They definitely had their own armed forces. "Brother Chen!" What happened? The gathering of so many people alarmed many experts who were passing by. Knowing that a direct descendant of the Chen family had been kidnapped and blackmailed, they all stood up and looked at Jun Changshao with hostility. "This guy looks a little unfamiliar. Judging from their strange attire, they are definitely not from my Heaven Crossing realm. How dare you come after kidnapping young Master Chen? You've got guts. Don't even think about going out." At this time, the Heaven Crossing realm warriors united and saw Jun Changshao as an enemy. The most shocking thing was that many people were transmitting their voices. More and more experts flew over from all directions. They were not here to watch the show, but to help. Go Xing was speechless. "Fine, even if I kidnapped and blackmailed, it was only with the Chen family. Why are you passers-by making such a ruckus?" "Patriarch." Li Qingyang transmitted his voice. "The situation is not good." At this time, there were already tens of thousands of martial artists gathered above Eternal. Many more were rushing over after hearing the news. If they were not stopped, half of the Crossing Heaven world would be attracted. Chen Yanjia stood in midair. Although he was releasing his aura, he did not make a move. There was even a trace of pride on his face. "Kid, did you see that? This is my network. Even if I don't deliberately summon them, many martial artists will come to help." Swish, swish. More and more martial artists flew over. They were not weak in terms of strength. They were at least at the truth-seeking realm, and there were even some at the half-step divination realm. In the first 2 chapters, Jun Changshao had explained what it meant for a sect to fight a person alone. Now, he had explained what it meant for a sect to fight a plane. "Let's retreat." Ryu Sinan frowned. There were too many experts coming to help, especially those at the half-step divination realm. Just this force alone was difficult for the sect of all times to contend with. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, a monstrous wave of qi came pressing down. Jun Changshao's heart was in turmoil. He hurriedly looked up and saw a white-haired old man standing on a mountain peak. Although his eyes were turbid, he seemed to be able to see through his heart. "Patriarch Qiling! Why is he here too? Oh my God, this is an expert of the older generation. He's elusive." The Crossing Heaven World warriors exclaimed. "Chen family?" Patriarch Qiling, who was standing on the mountain peak, spoke. His voice seemed to contain some kind of power, causing the space to tremble. Could it be Jun Changshao's expression was abnormally solemn? Divination realm? That's right. The system said, he's a genuine divination realm warrior. As expected of a first-class plane, Jun Changshao was secretly speechless. Other than Gu Tianxing and the Mountain and Sea Realm Lord, this was the first time he had encountered a true divination realm expert. Whether it was his expression or aura, he was definitely not someone he could compare to. Back then, when I was wandering the 4 seas, I had interacted with the ancestor of the Chen family. Now that his descendants are in trouble, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing, Patriarch Qiling said after understanding the situation. Jun Changshao broke down, "It's over." If it was just a few dozen half-step divination realm experts and tens of thousands of truth-seeking realm experts, he was confident that he could fight them. If it really didn't work, he would use all kinds of trump cards. Now that a divination realm expert was involved, the problem was huge. If only he had known. He shouldn't have come. Jun Changshao regretted it, but there was no medicine for regret. At this moment, even if he wanted to leave, it would be difficult because he was surrounded by crossing heaven world warriors. "Thank you, Senior." Chen Nianjia cupped his hands, and the pride on his face was even stronger. Even the top experts of the crossing heaven world came to support him. He definitely had a lot of face. "Kid, I really have to thank you. You've made my Chen family proud in front of all the warriors." Patriarch Qiling looked at Jun Changshao and said, "Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to do it?" "It's a misunderstanding." Jun Changshao said, "This is a misunderstanding." He was terrified. Chen Jinxiao roared, "Why didn't I hear you say it was a misunderstanding when you extorted money from me?" With his family, various warriors, and top experts here, he finally became bold. The anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything into nothingness. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed helplessly. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually panicking inside. He was considering whether to use his final trump card to take the battleship and his disciples into the eternal world at lightning speed. Whoosh! Just as Jun Changshao was thinking, Patriarch Qiling waved his hand, and a powerful heaven and earth attribute condensed into a palm print. He said, "I'm in a hurry." Although the palm print did not press down, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Not only did it shock all the experts, but it also shocked Jun Changshao. He howled in his heart, "I'm afraid it's too late. It's over. With Patriarch Qiling personally taking action, it'll be a piece of cake." "Poor guy, don't you know where this is? How dare you come in so openly after robbing someone?" Whoosh! Whoosh! The powerful palm pressed down. However, just as it was about to grab Jun Changshao, it suddenly stopped. Patriarch Qiling looked up and frowned slightly. Whoosh! At this moment, two streamers passed through the space barrier in an absolutely domineering way and floated in the sky of the crossing heaven world. A trace of fear appeared in Patriarch Qiling's eyes. He said, "Gu Tianxing." Chapter 1788. When Ancestor Qiling condensed a huge hand and pressed it down, Jun Changshao's expression was serious, and he was even prepared to use all sorts of trump cards to escape. But at the critical moment, the other party suddenly stopped. Fortunately, Jun Changshao was a bit slower, otherwise, he would have been tricked into exploding. Gu Tianxing. A trace of fear appeared in Ancestor Qiling's eyes as he looked at the two streams of light that suddenly flew out from the spatial barrier. "Uncle Gu is here?" Jun Changshao hurriedly raised his head. Sure enough, after the aura in the sky gradually faded, Gu Tianxing and his wife stood side by side. When they were in the mountain and sea realm, the two of them were like an honest country couple. Now that they were standing in the crossing heaven realm, their aura was like that of God. "Brother." Jun Changshao sent a sound transmission. "Did you pinch the heavenly star token?" "No." Gu Zhaoxi was at a loss. Just now, he did have the thought of pinching the heavenly star token, but even if he did, his father wouldn't be able to fly over from the blue cloud system so quickly. Troublesome. Jun Changshao felt that something was wrong and thought to himself, "Uncle Gu can't be here to look for me, right?" At this critical moment, a powerful and familiar expert had appeared. This should have made Go Xing feel at ease, but in fact, he didn't have the face to see Gu Tianxing. Firstly, he had stolen too many secret manuals. Secondly, he had abducted his son and daughter-in-law. Jun Changshao raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead and said pessimistically, "I feel like I'm going to be tortured today." Schwa. At this moment, Gu Tianxing turned his head and stared at him coldly. The anger on his face was obvious. Jun Changxiao's spine broke out in cold sweat. Uncle, I'm innocent. Just as Go Xing was about to explain, Gu Tianxing sent a sound transmission. Stinking brat, I'll deal with you for stealing my medicinal herbs later. Jun Changxiao's expression was wonderful. Your son took the medicinal herbs, how could you blame me? Greetings, Alliance Leader Gu. At this time, all the cultivators came back to their senses and bowed respectfully. At that very moment, the shock in everyone's eyes was even greater than when the Qiling Patriarch had appeared. That was because the latter was merely a pinnacle champion, while Gu Tianxing was the leader of the League of Stars and Seas. League of Stars and Seas. An ancient organization that had existed for a long time. If one were to describe his status in the crossing heaven world, it would be that he was above all the major forces and was a transcendent existence. The previous leaders of the League of Stars and Seas were all respected by the world as the strongest. They could even be considered as the realm master of the crossing heaven realm. Brother, Jun Changxiao said in surprise, your father is a bit awesome. Of course. Gu Zhaoxi didn't know about his father's situation, but when he saw the heaven-crossing world's strong martial artists bowing to him, he felt like he was on cloud 9. His shoulders and legs couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Gu Tianxing looked at the various forces gathered in the sky above Eternal. His voice was filled with majesty. He no longer looked like the honest person from before. The domineering aura of someone who had been in power for a long time was released. Alliance Leader Gu. Chen Yinjia pointed at Jun Changxiao and said, this thief kidnapped and blackmailed our direct descendant. He was so proactive because he hoped that Alliance Leader Gu could stand up for the direct descendant. This way, the family would be even more proud when the news spread to the crossing heaven world. Bullshit! Gu Zhaoxi roared. You were the ones who started it. Just now, he hid in Eternal and didn't come out. Now that his father had appeared, he had no scruples, just like Chen Jinxiao from before. Second Elder. The butler pointed at Gu Zhaoxi and said angrily, and this little bastard, he punched and kicked us along the way. Gu Tianxing's face fell. Chen Yinjia saw this and was delighted. Is Alliance Leader Gu going to stand up for our Chen family? That's one thing. Gu Zhaoxi tilted his head and pointed at the butler, his eyes cold. Don't scold me. So what if I scold you? Little bastard, little bastard. The butler scolded repeatedly. There were people from the family, experts from various forces, and even the League of Stars and Seas Alliance leader was here. How could they be afraid of a group of outsiders? Father! At this moment Gu Zhaoxi shouted. Tisk! Chen Jinxiao sneered. It's useless for you to call me grandfather now. Gu Zhaoxi ignored him and looked at Gu Tianxing. He said the latter half of his words with an aggrieved expression. Someone called me a little bastard. Aren't you an old bastard? At this moment, everyone realized that the other party was calling Alliance Leader Gu father. They almost couldn't help but laugh. The Gu couple had wanted a child for tens of thousands of years, but their wish never came true. Everyone knew that he dared to pretend to be their son in broad daylight. Ha ha ha! The butler laughed. Little bastard, if you're Alliance Leader Gu's son, then I'm his grandson. That's right. At this moment, Gu Tianxing, who had been pulling a long face, opened his mouth. He's my son. Jie. The butler's smile froze. The heaven-crossing world experts present were all dumbfounded. Did they hear wrongly? Alliance Leader Gu said that this child was his son? Because he was of the same generation as Gu Tianxing, old ancestor Qiling said in shock. Aren't you sick? How can you have a son? You're the one who's sick. Gu Tianxing roared. Swish. Mother Gu, who had been silent all this time, flew down and landed beside Gu Zhaoxi. She tapped his head with her finger and scolded softly. It's not like Mother forbade you from going out. Why did you sneak out? The motherly love and doting in Mother Gu's eyes were very strong, so all the martial artists were sure that this was definitely the Gu couple's son. Swish! Gu Tianxing also landed. He looked coldly at the butler who was clamoring just now and said indifferently, "Are you worthy of being my grandson?" Plop! The butler's legs went soft as he collapsed to the ground. It didn't matter if he was a grandson or not. The important thing was that he had just scolded the little bastard, and he was afraid that the other party couldn't hear him, so he repeated it several times. "Dog! How can a servant like you humiliate the son of Alliance leader Gu?" Clang! Poochie! Chen Yanjiao decisively took out his long sword and directly chopped off the butler's head. He cupped his hands and said, "Alliance leader Gu, my Chen family has not taught him well. Please forgive me." As he spoke, his hands were trembling and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The fear in his heart had reached its peak. It didn't matter if a butler died. However, if he offended Alliance leader Gu because of him, the entire family would be gone. "Don't do it again," Gu Tianxing said. "Yes, yes." Chen Yanjia hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, "I was almost killed by that guy." Gu Tianxing turned around and said, "Where were we at?" "Uncle Gu." Jun Changshao, who seemed to be invisible, finally spoke. "They said that your nephew kidnapped and blackmailed their Qin family's direct descendant." "No. No!" Chen Yanjia hurriedly denied. "Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding." Goshing was scared just now, and now he was scared. The two of them were faster than the other. "Since it's a misunderstanding," Gu Tianxing said, "hurry up and leave. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Chen Yanjia hurriedly carried Chen Jinqiao, whose legs were also weak, and left with his family as fast as he could. They were still considered slow. In fact, after Gu Zhaoxi revealed his identity, many experts who came to help had already taken the opportunity to slip away. They kept praying along the way, "Alliance leader Gu didn't see me, Alliance leader Gu didn't see me." "Forget it, forget it." Ancestor Qiling said, "This old man is going. I'll send you off." Bam! Ancestor Qiling did not expect Gu Tianxing to suddenly attack. He instantly turned into a meteor and flew out, not forgetting to roar, "What kind of hero are you to ambush someone when they're unprepared?" The situation of a plane besieging a sect was resolved after the Gu couple arrived. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for coming in time, uncle." "You," Gu Tianxing said, "come with me." Cold sweat broke out on Jun Changshao's back. "Uncle, listen to me." "Uncle, I definitely didn't steal the herbs." "Uncle, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom." In the valley, Gu Tianxing seemed to be possessed by 8 gods as he unleashed a series of brutal attacks. After a while, Jun Changshao suddenly flew out and slammed his face into the camera, causing the reader's phone screen to crack into a spider web. Chapter 1789. Under the setting sun. Jun Changshao sat on a rock, his back view as lonely as it could get. Why didn't he show the front of the camera? He was afraid that he would scare everyone. At that time, Gu Tianxing had beaten him as ruthlessly as he had beaten Su Xiaoma. As the saying goes, the heavens will reincarnate, who will the heavens spare? "Uncle." Covering his swollen face, Jun Changshao said in his heart, feeling wronged, "I really didn't steal your medicinal ingredients. All sorts of martial arts manuals were stolen. At that time, he didn't know about it, so there was nothing he could do. However, the medicinal ingredients were taken by Gu Zhaoxi. It had nothing to do with him. This was the only time he took the blame. Thinking about the old man in Taixien, thinking about Zhenren Tonggu. It was truly a case of every generation having a scapegoat, each leading the way for hundreds of years. "Brother." Gu Zhaoxi walked over and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this is fate. I just heard from my father." Gu Zhaoxi sat down and said, "There is a transcendental organization in the Crossing Heaven realm called the League of Stars and Seas. My father is the 12th leader, and his position is not inferior to that of the master of a realm. Jun Changshao was expressionless because his face was too swollen. Sigh. This guy was indeed born into a good family. Brother, Jun Changshao said seriously, can your reincarnation spirit change owners? I don't want to fight anymore. Gu Tianxing was originally an expert of the Crossing Heaven realm, and from the name of the Crossing Heaven palm seal, he could understand. Thus, he did not deliberately chase after Go Sheng, but coincidentally met him. Speaking of which, why did he not live in seclusion anymore? Why did he return? It was mainly because he had been out for too long, so he specially came to visit his family and friends. League of Stars and Seas. Jun Changshao walked in under the lead of the Gu couple. As an existence that stood at the peak of the Crossing Heaven realm, its scale was truly incomparably luxurious. Go Sheng could be considered to have experienced great storms and waves, so no matter where he went, he would remain calm and even remain expressionless. However, Li Qingyang couldn't do it. When he stepped into the League of Stars and Seas and saw strange buildings, he would unconsciously stop and use his eyes and heart to feel every structure, silently memorizing it. Alliance Master, a middle-aged man with a majestic aura asked in surprise, your son is already so old. There were also quite a number of elders beside him. Their gazes were sharp and their auras were extraordinary. It could be seen that they were all in the upper echelons and were all at the half-step heavenly secret realm. Therefore, the sect of all times wanted to change. The number of half-step heavenly secret realm experts was still increasing. Gu Tianxing smiled and said, "This is your Uncle Peng, the deputy chief of the League of Stars and Seas. He's usually in charge of some of the League's internal affairs." Vice Alliance leader Peng had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was roaring, "If you take your wife to live in seclusion, I'll take care of all the internal affairs of the Alliance." "Hello, Uncle Peng." Because he was only a few years old, Gu Zhaoxi had to pretend to be a sweet child. "Haha." Vice Alliance leader Peng patted his little head and took out a treasure from his spatial ring, saying, "This is the first time we're meeting. Uncle didn't prepare anything, so I'll give this first-class spirit jade to you. A meeting gift couldn't be lacking." "Son," Gu Tianxing said, "your Uncle Peng's spirit jade is a soul treasure. Wearing it will increase the strength of one's soul over time. It can even help to resolve soul attacks. It's a rare treasure. Quickly accept it." "Thank you, Uncle Peng." Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly accepted it. Actually, the moment the other party took it out, he could feel that this item was extraordinary. "Nephew." At this time, a white-haired elder walked over and took out a wooden box, saying, "There's a 10,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng inside. Eating it directly can increase one's strength, and can also be used to refine pills." Vice Alliance leader even gave it to him. As the great elder, he definitely couldn't lose his way. "Nephew, I have an extremely cold treasured blade here. It can cut through iron like mud. Nephew, I have a crimson scale dragon armor. Wearing it will make you impervious to fire and water." The higher-ups of the League of Stars and Seas all gave gifts to the Alliance leader's son for the first time. The grades and levels of the gifts were higher than the previous, and each gift was more precious than the previous one. Sigh. Jun Changshao, who was standing at the side of the hall, turned his head and secretly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes, thinking to himself, "I'm so envious." Alliance leader. Vice Alliance leader Peng said, "This little friend is the patriarch of the sect of all times." Jun Changshao hurriedly introduced himself. Jun Changshao. Sect of all times? This name was a little arrogant. The higher-ups of the League of Stars and Seas were clearly not as enthusiastic as Gu Zhaoxi when it came to Jun Changshao. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ignored him. Jun Changshao was also very self-aware. He stood to the side and didn't say anything. "What?" After a while, Vice Alliance leader Peng said in shock, The patriarch wants his nephew to participate in the universe sacred war? Is there a problem? Isn't he too young? He's only 5 or 6 now. In 10 years, he'll be an adult. This Vice Alliance leader Peng was silent. Actually, he didn't want to talk about age but strength. After all, those who were qualified to participate in the universe sacred war were all top geniuses of various dimensions. Son, Gu Tianxing said, show me the results in 10 years. No problem. Gu Zhaoxi was currently playing with all kinds of treasures, so he answered casually. You can all leave, Gu Tianxing said. Wait. Suddenly, he hurriedly stopped everyone. I forgot to introduce my son's fiancée. Vice Alliance leader Peng and the others' mouths twitched. They thought to themselves, he's only 4 or 5 years old. How can he already have a fiancée? Ta! At this moment, Qing Chulin, who was standing on high heels, walked over with Mrs. Gu. She bowed shyly and said, Greetings, uncles. Vice Alliance leader Peng and the others looked at each other. In the end, they could only hold back their tears and continue to take out gift. After all, this was the first time they met their niece-in-law. How could they let her come empty-handed? Luckily, they only had one son. If they had a few more and brought a few more niece-in-law back, they would probably go bankrupt just by giving gift. At night, Jun Changshao stayed in the courtyard arranged for him. The environment was good, but he wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. He sat in the small living room with a bitter expression, especially when he thought about how the upper echelons of the League of Stars and Seas sent gifts to Gu Zhaoxi during the day. He was really envious and jealous. Sigh. The system said, it's a pity that the host doesn't have a good father. Jun Changshao knew that the system was mocking him, so he didn't care. A real man needs to rely on his own hard work and not rely on his father. So sour, the system said. Jun Changshao ignored it. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi came over, put all kinds of treasures on the stone table, and said, I'll give all these things to the sect. No. Jun Changshao said seriously, these things are yours. I can't take them. What's mine is my brother's. Gu Zhaoxi said. Besides, the sect is in the stage of development. With these treasures we can undoubtedly improve our strength. Jun Changshao fell into a short silence and said, in that case, I'll reluctantly accept them. After saying that, he waved his hand and sent them all to the eternal world. In the study, Gu Tianxing withdrew his spiritual thoughts and shook his head. Our son is a little silly. He gave away so many good things. What do you know? Mother Gu said, this is the trust between the two brothers. Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, I just hope that Gua won't be led astray by that bastard Jun. He gave Jun Changshao a new nickname. Chapter 1790. The next day, Jun Changshao walked out of the inner courtyard and was stunned by the scene in front of him. The training field was full of warriors, and they were all powerful warriors. They were wearing different clothes, and they were obviously not members of the League of Stars and Seas. Among them was the Chun family. However, the head of the Chun family, who was standing in the crowd, was a little frightened. He had heard about what happened yesterday. If he was there, he would definitely cut the butler who humiliated the son of League Master Gu into 8 pieces. Without a doubt, Gu Tianxing had a lot of weight in the Crossing Heaven world. Of course, Master Gu was not a narrow-minded person. Based on the situation yesterday, he did not need to kill the housekeeper. He would not pursue the matter if the housekeeper apologized. After all, as a top-notch master, he would not be calculative with a weakling. What's going on? Jun Changshao stopped a servant who was passing by. The latter said, the major forces are here to pay their respects to the League Master, as expected of an existence comparable to the Master of a realm. It's really extravagant. Just as Go Xing was muttering, Gu Tianxing walked out of the main hall with his son. He smiled and cupped his hands. I came back this time to visit my family and friends. There's no need for all of you to come all the way here. Jun Changshao was speechless. You brought your son with you. It's obvious that you want to receive gifts. Sure enough, many big shots of the families noticed Gu Zhaoxi. Combined with what they heard yesterday, they quickly determined that this should be the beloved son of League Master Gu. Thus, they praised him verbally and gave him a small profit. Weapons and equipment, treasured pills, spirit stone cores, all kinds of resources were thrown at Gu Zhaoxi. This made Jun Changshao very envious. He secretly sighed. It's really different to have an awesome father. I'm going to have a son in the future. Bring him to a familiar plane for a stroll. He can become rich just by receiving gifts. The system said, with the host's thick skin, you can really do such a shameless thing. Of course, it's nothing more than a fantasy. Because a eunuch having a son is simply ridiculous. Gu Zhaoxi was given a lot of gifts by the various major powers when they visited. He would definitely hand them all over to the sect. In fact, Gu Tianxing had built a good foundation for him since he was young. Many natural treasures were useless to him. As for equipment, when he was older and stronger, he could go to the Heavenly Might's secret realm to farm. Brother, Gu Zhaoxi said, shall we go out for a walk? Let's go. The two of them left together. The League of Stars and Seas was located in the Star Sea mountain range, and there was a Star Sea city nearby. Regardless of scale or number of people, it could be ranked among the top in the Crossing Heaven world. Jun Changshao entered with Gu Zhaoxi. Looking at the crowded scene, he couldn't help but sigh. When will there be such a lively city in the Eternal World? The Eternal World had been developing well during this period. Cities had been built one after another, and people from all clans got along well with each other. The only drawback was that the overall strength of the Eternal World was too weak to be mentioned in the same breath as the big cities that had existed for so long. Of course, all that was left was time. Relying on the strong attributes of heaven and earth, the overall strength would improve sooner or later. What was more, Jun Changshao was still developing and investing regardless of the cost. Because the headquarters of the League of Stars and Seas was outside the Star Sea City, the warriors in the city were more humble and polite. They looked very civilized and didn't look so messy. Go Sheng and Goa wandered around the main street for a few hours, and then came to a restaurant to order all kinds of delicious food and wine. Someone is challenging in the arena. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the street. Swish! In an instant, the busy street was empty. Obviously, everyone had gone to watch the fun. Jun Changshao was speechless. Haven't they seen a fight before? Brother, let's go and have a look. Let's go. The two of them walked in the direction where everyone was going, and soon saw a square arena in a relatively spacious area at the end of the street. Two young men in their early 20s stood on it. One carried a sword on his back. The other held a saber. He was quite chivalrous. Green Destiny Sword, Cui Xingyuan. Broken Horizontal Blade, Gui Yuhuan. These two have both signed up for the Universe Holy War. Why are they in the arena for no reason? Oh! Jun Changshao said while eating sunflower seeds. Participants of the Universe Holy War? He had heard about this so-called Universe Holy War from Gu Tianxing long ago. He had also considered letting his disciple participate, but he had been wandering around the universe and had never had the chance to sign up. To be exact, he didn't know where to sign up. Brother, Gu Zhaoxi said with a serious look, these two are quite strong. Yes. Jun Changshao nodded. They have both reached the peak of the truth-seeking realm. I heard from my father that all warriors participating in the Universe Holy War must not be more than 3,000 years old. They can break through to this level, so they can be considered first-class geniuses. Gu Zhaoxi said. Jun Changshao said, there is no lack of people with great luck in this world. There are often many terrifying geniuses. He had the system to cheat and grow quickly. But he always believed that there must be existences more powerful than him in the vast universe. It was just that he hadn't met them yet. For example, the two young people on the platform now. They hadn't lived for 3,000 years, but their cultivation was not inferior to the older generation experts who had lived for tens of thousands of years. They had encountered many opportunities along the way. So, Gu Zhaoxi said with a burning gaze, I'm looking forward to the universe holy war in 10 years more and more. His pursuit of martial arts was endless, so he hoped to continue to challenge himself. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. I'm looking forward to it too, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance. In the past, the Sect competition was held in the Falling Star continent, the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, and even the Upper Realm had similar routines. But from the beginning to the end, Go Xing was a bystander and didn't participate personally. As the protagonist of a book, especially a fantasy protagonist, if he didn't experience this kind of competition plot, his life would be incomplete. However, Go Xing was a patriarch. To be exact, when he transmigrated and inherited the iron bone, his identity was destined to be extraordinary. Those ordinary protagonists who challenged from low to high could be used on the disciples, but not him. Even if he went, he would just sit on the spectator's stand and cheer. I really want to fight in the competition, Jun Changshao said to himself. The system said, you don't want to fight in the competition, you want to use the strength of a patriarch to beat up the disciples. You just want to show off. Boom! Boom! In the arena, Cui Xingyuan and Gui Yuhuan fought. One used a sword, the other used a saber. The battle could be said to be sparks flying everywhere, gorgeous and dazzling. Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi watched the whole battle and couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, this is definitely not an ordinary peak realm. Second senior brother. Xiao Ziji said, they're so strong. Before the battle, Jun Changshao called out the core disciples. After all, they were about the same age and could just observe. TSK. Yi Xingchen's face was full of disdain. In the arena, the battle between the two became more and more intense. It wasn't until an hour later that Gui Yuhuan sent Cui Xingyuan flying with a special explosive saber technique that it ended. Amazing! That slash just now was really terrifying. Everyone began to discuss. Thank you for letting me win. Gui Yuhuan put away his saber and turned to leave the stage. However, as soon as he took a step, someone flew over from afar and landed on the arena, saying coldly, you and I will fight. Patriarch! Li Qingyang exclaimed. Junior brother Yi went up. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Xingchen seemed to be disdainful just now, but in fact, he was already restless. Chapter 1791. Cui Xingyuan and Gui Yuhuan, the two geniuses of the Heaven Crossing realm, dared to sign up for the universe holy war. Their strength was indeed extraordinary. Therefore, Yi Xingchen couldn't hold back his boiling blood and directly jumped into the arena to declare war. No. Can you give me some time to breathe? Night Emperor seemed to realize it too and added, of course you can rest for a few days. Okay. Gui Yuhuan said, 3 days later here you and I will fight. Although he won, he consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so he needed time to recuperate. Yi Xingchen jumped out of the arena. Let's go. Jun Changshao left with everyone. Who is this guy? How dare he challenge Gui Yuhuan? He looks very unfamiliar. He shouldn't be a local. He's pulling a long face as if we owe him money. The warriors outside the arena began to discuss. Gui Yuhuan looked at the arrogant back that was gradually disappearing and said with a solemn expression, this person's strength is not simple. I'm afraid there will be a hard battle in 3 days. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't accept the challenge. However, after Yi Xingchen came up, his aura and eyes were very strong, so he had the idea of fighting. In the League of Stars and Seas, Gu Tianxing sat in the main hall and said with interest, I heard that your disciple challenged Broken Blade Gui Yuhuan? Yes. Jun Changshao said. This Gui Yuhuan is one of the top geniuses of the Heaven Crossing realm. His blade technique is superb, Gu Tianxing said. I'm afraid it will be difficult for your disciple to defeat him. The two haven't fought yet. Uncle Gu, don't jump to conclusions, Go Xing said with a smile. It was undeniable that after watching the previous battle, Gue Yuhuan was very strong and definitely not an ordinary peak truth-seeking realm cultivator. However, the disciples of the sect were not ordinary either, not to mention that the one who fought was Yi Xingchen. Jun Patriarch has just come to the Heaven Crossing realm, but he already ordered his disciple to challenge a top genius. His courage is commendable, Vice Leader Ping said. The group of higher-ups smiled but did not say anything. Jun Changshao could tell from their expressions that they did not think highly of Yi Xingchen. Understanding. After all, they were all Heaven Crossing realm martial artists and were very familiar with Gue Yuhuan. Subjectively, they would definitely be biased towards him and would not be biased towards the disciples who were fighting away from home. Xingchen. After returning to his residence, Jun Changshao called Yi Xingchen over and said with a serious expression, "In the battle 3 days later, we must show the glory of the sect of all times." Go Xing was also a layman who cared about other people's opinions. Therefore, what was originally an ordinary sparring match was immediately elevated to an extremely high level after he said those words. Understood. Yi Xingchen's tone was grave. 3 days later, many martial artists had gathered at the arena of Star Sea City. Gue Yuhuan was quite famous in the Crossing Heaven world, so as long as there was a battle with him, it would always attract a lot of spectators. Ta! Li Qingyang and the others appeared outside the arena wearing the same school uniform. They lined up in 2 rows, facing each other with their hands behind their backs and their chests out. Jun Changshao, who was wearing a mink coat and sunglasses, walked over with a cigar in his mouth. Shua! Xiao Ziji quickly put down his seat and returned to his original position. With his hands behind his back, he shouted with his fellow disciples, "The Patriarch is a man of literary and martial virtues. He will benefit the common people and live forever." Everyone's mouth twitched. Where did this lunatic come from? It's him who wants to challenge our Yuhuan. A young girl looked at Yi Xingchen with resentment in her eyes. Humph! Overestimating yourself, a girl next to her said coldly. Obviously, they were Gue Yuhuan's fans. Hey! Someone said unhappily, "How did Brother Yuhuan become yours?" That's right. Brother Yuhuan belongs to everyone, not just one person. Gue Yuhuan's female fans quarreled. For this situation, the nearby martial artists were already used to it. They were even a little jealous. Whoosh! At this moment, a rainbow light flew over and landed gracefully on the arena. When the light dissipated, Gue Yuhuan stood with his sword in his arms. The breeze blew his hair away, revealing a flawless face. Yuhuan! Yuhuan! The female fans shouted uncontrollably. Their voices were so sharp that the nearby martial artists had to cover their ears. Jun Changshao was speechless. I rehearsed this way for several days, but the limelight was stolen by that guy. No. The next time I appear, I must get a group of disciples to be my fans and let them scream at the top of their lungs. Whoever shouts the loudest will be rewarded with a few more spirit stones. Shoo! Gue Yuhuan made a shushing gesture. In an instant, the fans who seemed to have gone crazy quieted down. Some people couldn't even resist Gue Yuhuan's charming action. They put their hands on their chest and slowly fainted on the ground with a happy smile on their lip. Tisk! Yi Xingchen snorted disdainfully. Coincidentally, he was caught by a fan who pointed at him and scolded, "Do you know how hard Brother Yuhuan works? Don't make such a rude expression to him." "I don't know how hard he works." Yi Xingchen stepped onto the arena and said with a cold gaze, "I only know that he's going to be defeated soon." Gue Yuhuan frowned. At that moment, he felt an extremely strong anger. Bang! Yi Xingchen stopped in the arena and held the Fangtian halberd in front of him. He said proudly, "Come and fight, please." Gue Yuhuan cupped his hands. At the League of Stars and Seas, a group of higher-ups stood at the top of the mountain and observed the arena with their spiritual senses. Gui Yuhuan seems to be stronger than before. It's said that he comprehended the third level of the domineering blade profound meaning not long ago. The younger generation will surpass us in time. If that's the case, the sect of all time's disciples have no hope. Once Gui Yuhuan uses the domineering blade arts, that guy won't be able to last more than 20 rounds. The higher-ups of the League of Stars and Seas discussed. To them, Gui Yuhuan was one of the hopes of the heaven-crossing realm. He should be able to get a good result in the universe sacred war 10 years later. Of course, this battle also attracted many older generation experts. Although they didn't go to the scene, they were watching from afar. In the arena. Make your move, Gui Yuhuan said. Yi Xingqian shook his head and said, You should make the first move. I'm afraid that, if I make the first move, you won't even have a chance to fight back. This sentence was very arrogant and instantly angered the fans. All right. Gui Yuhuan shook his head and said, I'll accept your offer. Clang. The Duan blade was unsheathed. Domineering blade arts, thunderbolt. Gui Yuhuan seemed to have realized that the opponent was extraordinary and used his best blade technique. Shua! Yi Xingqian moved his body and dodged the sharp blade light. Shua! Shua! At this moment, Gui Yuhuan attacked with his blade. The sky was filled with blade light accompanied by extreme special effects. As expected, Vice Leader Peng said in surprise, This kid has comprehended the third level of the domineering blade profound meaning. As long as the domineering blade arts is used, it will form a continuous attack. Once the sect of all time's disciples are entangled, they will lose without a doubt. Great Elder said, It's already entangled. That guy actually didn't retreat. In the arena, Yi Xingqian faced the densely packed blade light and only moved his body. It was as if he was allowing the opponent to use the remaining moves of the domineering blade arts. It's over. Vice Leader Peng shook his head and said, Boom! At this moment an explosive sound rang out and the saber light that filled the sky dispersed. Gui Yuhuan staggered back, and then fell down from the stage. That's right. It's over. When Gui Yuhuan fell down, the surroundings of the ring were silent. This, Vice Leader Peng, Great Elder, and the others were stunned. The fans who wanted to cheer for Gui Yuhuan had their hands by their mouth. Their expressions were completely frozen. We haven't even started to cheer and our idol lost? No. This isn't reality. This must be a dream. Chapter 1792. Vice Leader Peng was right. The sparring match had come to an end. However, Yi Xingqian was not the one who lost. It was Gui Yuhuan. The League of Stars and Seas executives did not expect this result. Unbelievable! How did he do it? The First Elder and the others were shocked. They could accept Gui Yuhuan's loss. But what they could not accept was that the opponent had easily broken through the domineering sword technique and formed an impenetrable sword light and then defeated him with one punch. Trash. Yi Xingqian, who was standing in the arena, said lightly. Although these two words were unpleasant to hear, it was undeniable that Knight Emperor was qualified to say that because he defeated Gui Yuhuan at his strongest point of attack and slapped the faces of the League of Stars and Seas executives with his actions. Especially, he slapped the faces of the rational fans. Your idol was defeated by me with one move. Are you done for? If these fans had been calmer at that time, Yi Xingqian might not have killed him so decisively. They might have gone easy on him so that he would not have been defeated so badly. There was no other way. The fans had to pay for their idol's actions. You are very strong. I admit defeat. Gui Yuhuan endured the pain from his chest and cupped his hands. Yi Xingqian did not say anything. He turned around and walked down the arena. He was very disappointed. He was disappointed that he was too strong and could not find an opponent. Forget it. When he went back, he would find junior brother He to spar more. At least if the other party did not use his full strength, he could still be on par with him. Let's go home. Jun Changshao got up. He was not surprised that Yi Xingchen defeated Gui Yuhuan. After all, he was one of the strongest attackers in the sect of all times. It was normal for him to win against a martial artist at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. What? That day, Gu Tianxing returned from visiting relatives with his wife. After learning about the battle, he said in surprise, "He defeated Gui Yuhuan with one move?" "It's true," Vice Leader Ping said helplessly. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have been as surprised as the leader. "Father," Gu Zhaoxi said, "it's very normal. There's no need to make a fuss about it." He didn't deny that Gui Yuhuan was outstanding, but at the same time, he couldn't deny that his sect's disciples were terrifying. If he had to describe them, they would be a group of monsters. Gui Yuhuan is one of the top geniuses in my crossing heaven realm, but he was actually killed by that brat's disciple. This is simply... Gu Tianxing found it hard to accept, unbelievable. After saying that, he hurried to Jun Changxiao's residence. Go Xing looked at his shocked face, scratched his head and said, "Isn't it just defeating a martial artist of the same realm?" "Brat," Gu Tianxing said solemnly, "do you know what it means for your disciple to insta-kill Gui Yuhuan?" "What does that mean?" Jun Changxiao asked. Gu Tianxing said, "With Gui Yuhuan's current strength, if placed in the previous universe sacred war, he might not be able to enter the top 500, but he would at least be able to enter the top 600. Since your disciple could kill him in an instant, he might be able to enter the top 200. No way." Yi Xingchen, who was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, was already very strong. But in the end, he was only able to enter the top 200. Didn't that mean that there were still 199 participants like him? "Uncle," Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "the strength of the top 200 participants is terrifying." "Yes." Gu Tianxing sat down and said solemnly, "Let me put it this way. Those who can participate in the universal holy war are the top geniuses of their respective dimensions. Those who can make it into the top 200 can be considered the pride of their galaxy." Jun Changxiao was silent. The pride of a galaxy, this was indeed a bit awesome. Gu Tianxing said, "All the participants who enter the top 10 are existences that everyone looks up to." "Uncle," Jun Changxiao said, "have you participated in it before?" "No." Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, "The universe sacred war was held 10,000 years ago. It has only been held 10 times so far." "Oh," Jun Changxiao responded. Yi Xingchen, who was standing next to him, frowned. He wouldn't forget the scene that Xie Lingyao saw when she entered a certain illusion, especially when Xiao Ziji came to find him in the illusion and said, "The 12th Universe Sacred War is about to begin. Are you interested in fighting with Senior Brother until the world turns upside down?" "Senior Gu," he asked, "how often is the Universe Sacred War held?" 1,000 years. Yi Xingchen fell silent. If the illusion corresponded to the future, it was only the 11th Universe Sacred War now. Xiao Ziji asked him to participate in the 12th, so the time should be 1,000 years later? Impossible. I'm not the Night King. She's not the Night Queen. I won't leave the sect, and I won't have children. Stars? Jun Changxiao said, "What are you thinking about?" Yi Xingchen stopped thinking and said, "Nothing. That's not right." Jun Changxiao said suspiciously, "You had a complicated look in your eyes just now. Is there something on your mind?" "Come." After setting up the wine and dishes, he said, "Please tell me what's on your mind. This disciple is going to cultivate." Yi Xingchen definitely wouldn't say that he saw the future and saw him leaving the sect. It's a bit strange. Watching him leave, Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "Jun Patriarch." Gu Tianxing said, "Since your disciple is so strong, why don't you participate in the Universe Sacred War? This junior has this plan, but..." Jun Changxiao said bitterly, "I don't know where to register." "Let's go." Gu Zhaoxi said, I'll take you to Du Tian City. There's a registration point there. That's not right. Why is Uncle Gu so enthusiastic about me? Jun Changshao was a bit flustered. On the way, Gu Tianxing said, Jun Patriarch, I have a presumptuous request, but I don't know if I should say it. Don't say it, Jun Changshao said bluntly. Under normal circumstances, a presumptuous request was never a good thing. It's like this, Gu Tianxing said. I heard from Gua that you don't seem to be planning to return to the upper realm. The upper realm is just a place to stay. Since I've come out, this junior doesn't plan to go back. Jun Changshao said. Gu Tianxing said, the universe sacred war has a rule. Participants must report their galaxy and plane. Jun Changshao was speechless. Can't you just report your sect and name to participate in this kind of competition? Why do you have to report your address? Since you don't plan to return to the upper realm, why don't you fill me in as Du Tian? Jun Changshao understood. No wonder he was suddenly so enthusiastic. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. Okay. Go Xing agreed. In fact, it didn't matter what plane he filled in. The important thing was that his disciple could win the championship and receive generous rewards. Of course, Jun Changshao also had his own plans. If he had the chance to participate in the 12th Universe Sacred War in the future, he would definitely let his disciple fight in the name of the Eternal World. Because by that time, it should have developed and could stand proudly in the upper realm of the universe. Ha ha! Gu Tianxing laughed and said, as expected of my son's brother. You give your Uncle Gu a lot of face. Du Tian City. Du Tian City capital. Jun Changshao wasn't in the mood to look at the spectacular buildings. He followed Gu Tianxing straight to the registration point of the Universe Sacred War. Because there were still 10 years to the start of the competition, there weren't many forces and individuals signing up. Alliance Master Gu. The person in charge walked out and smiled. Why are you here? I brought an acquaintance to sign up. Oh. The person in charge looked at Jun Changshao and said, for Alliance Master Gu to bring him here personally, this young friend must be extraordinary. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Zhaoxi said, hurry up and go through the formalities. Okay. The person in charge sat down and took out an object similar to a compass. He placed his hands on it and a stream of light gradually appeared. Name of the participant, place of origin, and sect. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, Li Fei, Tianqi, Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, Song Xianzhou, Long Xiang, Li Tiantian, Sun Mucheng. Jun Changshao couldn't close his mouth once he opened his mouth. Gu Tianxing and the person in charge gradually widened their eyes. Chapter 1793. Yi Xingchen had defeated one of the top geniuses of the Crossing Heaven realm. Gu Tianxing felt that he was qualified to participate in the Universe Sacred War, so he took the initiative to bring Jun Changshao to register. The address of the Crossing Heaven realm was also to give him face. Gu Tianxing and his wife lived in seclusion in the mountain and sea realm, but they were still from the Crossing Heaven realm, and were even comparable to the Realm Lord. If there were any benefits, they would definitely want to give it to their own realm. However, what he didn't expect was, when they arrived at the registration area, Jun Changshao opened his mouth and named a few dozen disciples. Oh, right. And Lin Yi Feng, Qin Lin. Go Xing added at the end. It was hard to satisfy the core and inner disciples, and even the second-generation disciples were included. As expected, this was going to cause trouble. The person in charge was dumbfounded. He had seen one person registering a few people before, but this was the first time he had seen one person registering dozens of people. Brat! Gu Tianxing pulled a long face and said, You are protecting so many people to participate in the Universe Sacred War, are you treating it as a game? Uncle. Jun Changshao said seriously, I didn't want to sign up for so many either, but there are too many geniuses in the sect. They've all worked hard to cultivate, and since there's a grand competition, they should at least be given a chance to show off their talent. Bah! Gu Tianxing couldn't care less about the demeanor of a strong warrior and spat out, "Don't be afraid of biting your tongue." Alliance leader Gu. The person in charge said awkwardly, "Do you really want to register so many people?" Report. Gu Tianxing said, "Since this brat wants the disciples to be tortured, then let's do as he wishes." He was a little angry. All right. The person in charge placed both hands on the screen of the compass, entered all the names he had recorded, and then asked, "Sect, place of origin." "Sect of all times, crossing heaven realm." The person in charge muttered in his heart, "I have lived here for so many years, why have I never heard of this sect?" Forget it. Since Alliance leader Gu personally brought them here, he had to give them face. To be honest, if Gu Tianxing hadn't brought Jun Changshao here and asked him to register himself and register dozens of disciples all at once, it was very likely that he would be suspected of having a mental problem, or even deliberately coming here to cause trouble. 1. In a magnificent hall, a light screen that looked like a projection was constantly trembling. Names appeared one after another, and they were all followed by the words Eternal Sect and Crossing Heaven Realm. What is this situation? The red-haired old man held a bowl of rice and said as he ate, "Why are there suddenly so many applicants in the Crossing Heaven Realm? And they are all from the same sect. Sect of all times? This names of the name. Of the ofs, she heaven realm, she was to, hers is of s sects heaven sect, realms, to ask him to find out what's to heaven sect. To ask him. Obviously, he should be the person in charge of the universe sacred war. He was unhappy with the sudden appearance of a sect that had so many warriors registering, and even thought that it was a blasphemy against the sacred competition. "I've found out." After a while, the old man said, "The participants of this so-called sect of all times are recommended by the Crossing Heaven Realms League of Stars and Seas." Gu Tianxing? The old man frowned. Didn't this guy live in seclusion with his wife? The woman flicked her hair. The old man said, "I heard that he destroyed many battleships of the star spirit world a few years ago. Now that he has appeared in public, isn't he afraid of revenge?" With Gu Tianxing's strength and ability, the star spirit world probably won't dare to openly take revenge, right? The old man said. "They won't dare to openly, so they will do it secretly." The woman said in disdain, "This is the star spirit world's way of doing things. Inform them." The old man was silent for a while before saying, "A sect is not allowed to register so many participants again. The universe sacred war was very sacred, and those who were qualified to participate were all top geniuses of their respective planes. If anyone were to register, it would be no different from playing house. As for the sect of all times, for Gu Tianxing's sake, they would let it be. In any case, during the qualifiers, those participants were not strong enough and would definitely be eliminated. Crossing Heaven Realm, League of Stars and Seas. After Gu Tianxing returned, he called Jun Changshao over and said, "In 5 years, the qualifiers of the Universe Sacred War will begin. At that time, the participants must participate in the registration plane. If they don't reach the specified time, they will be considered to have forfeited." Jun Changshao was speechless. "Uncle, you mean I have to wait here for 5 years?" "No need," Gu Tianxing said. "During this time, you can bring your disciples to train, but you must return before the qualifiers begin." "Okay," Jun Changshao said confidently, "no problem. But," he said weakly, "if the geniuses of your Crossing Heaven realm are similar in strength to the geniuses who play with knives, I think there is no need to fight. Why? They definitely can't beat the disciples of the sect of all times." Gu Tianxing reached out and grabbed his face, roaring, "Is your face thicker than others? Ouch! Ouch! Get lost!" Jun Changshao covered his face and ran away. However, after he left, Gu Tianxing looked at his hand and recalled the feeling of touching. He said with an unusually serious expression, "This kid is really thick-skinned." Eternal World. Jun Changshao called Li Qingyang and the others over, and then gave out tokens with their names engraved on them. This was the Universe Sacred War Participation Token. When the qualifiers began, they could take it to the arena. Otherwise, even if they reported their name and sect origin, they would not be recognized by the officials. Ah! Li Tiantian held the token and said in disbelief, "I signed up too?" As an inner disciple who focused on taking pictures for decades, he never thought that he would be selected by the Patriarch to participate in such a competition, especially a sacred war that involved the entire universe. Opportunity! He must seize it. Listen up, all of you. After distributing the tokens, Jun Changshao stood outside the hall and said, "Work hard in these 5 years. On the day of the qualifiers, spread the name of the sect of all times." Yes. All the disciples shouted with their heads up and chests out. Maybe it was because they had not participated in a competition for a long time, or maybe the standard was too high, but their eyes were shining and their blood was burning. Other than group fights, many disciples of the sect of all times could hardly prove themselves with their strength. Therefore, participating in the Universe Sacred War was a chance to stand out. In the courtyard, He put the participation token on the table and said, "I really don't want to participate." It was meaningless for him to compete with a group of youngsters for first and second place. However, since the Patriarch had signed him up, he had to participate as a disciple. He was conflicted and irritated. In stark contrast to Yi Xingchen was. At this moment, he closed the door and leaned against it. He looked down at the token and said proudly, "I will let my name be known throughout the universe. First place. I'm definitely going to win." In a certain world, a woman who covered her face walked to the registration area of the Universe Sacred War and said, "I want to sign up." Name: Jie Lingyao. Chapter 1794. The Universe Sacred War qualifiers were 5 years later. During this period, Jun Changshao could do a lot of things, so he was not in a hurry at all. He even stayed in the League of Stars and Seas for the time being. Of course, he was not playing around. Instead, he was actively discussing management experiences with Vice Leader Peng. There is bound to be something to learn from. For the strongest force in the Crossing Heaven world, the leader had brought his wife out to live in seclusion, and the vice leader managed it well. He had to learn a little and then pass it on to Yuan Gongzi. In the past, with the restriction of the soul bomb, Jun Changshao even went out to purchase herbs personally. Although the main mission was still there, without the threat of the bomb, Goxing started to become lazy. He wanted to be a hands-off manager. In fact, now that it had developed to this point and had so many higher-ups, it could basically operate on its own. What he could do now was to make the sect stronger and obtain more martial arts resources. This is a problem. Jun Changshao sat in the courtyard and said, "I have to consider it at all times." "Brother." Gu Zhaoxi walked over and said, "When are we leaving?" He was a little anxious, because, ever since he came to the Crossing Heaven world, his mother often called Qing Qiulin over to chat. Their relationship was getting better day by day. If he did not take her away, they might really get married in the future. In a few days, Jun Changshao also had plans to leave. After all, he still had to bring his disciples to explore the universe. Maybe he would encounter an opportunity in 5 years and break through to the half-step Tianji realm. "Right," he said. "I heard from Uncle Gu that he signed you up for the Universe Sacred War long ago?" "Yes," Gu Zhaoxi said. "In that case, you will have to participate in the qualifiers with the disciples in 5 years. My father is the leader of the League of Stars and Seas. He has absolute power in the Crossing Heaven world, so as a son, I don't have to participate in the qualifiers. I can directly enter the main competition." Jun Changshao was silent. After a while, he secretly turned his head and looked at you outside the screen. He howled, "Too damn enviable." A few days later, Jun Changshao stood outside the League of Stars and Seas. He cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Gu, thank you for taking care of me during this time. This junior will take his leave first." "Humph." Gu Tianxing snorted and said, "You must take good care of my son on the way. Zhaoxi is my brother, and also an elder of the Sect of all times. This junior will naturally use his life to protect him," Jun Changshao said seriously. This sentence was not only said to Gu Tianxing, but also to himself. "Let's go." Gu Tianxing turned around. Actually, at first, he was not willing to let Gu Zhaoxi follow Jun Changshao. However, after thinking about it, he felt that there might be a special way to nurture an outstanding disciple like Yi Xingchen. "Uncle! Goodbye." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and turned to descend the mountain. Eternal quietly stopped in the open space. Shangguan Xinyao and the others were already in place, testing various flight data in the cockpit. "Brother," Jun Changshao said, "it's time to set off." Gu Zhaoxi walked toward the open cabin. Just as he was about to enter, he stopped, then turned around and knelt down, kowtowing to the gate of the League of Stars and Seas. "Father, Mother, your son will be back." "My son," Mother Gu covered her face and cried. Gu Tianxing's back was still facing the foot of the mountain. It was difficult to see the expression on his face, but his hands were trembling slightly. After a while, he said in a loud voice, "If you don't break through the peak of the truth-seeking realm on the day you return, you don't deserve to be my son, Gu Tianxing." "Peak of the truth-seeking realm?" "Father," Gua shouted, "your request is too low. Why don't you set a half-step Tianji?" "Ah!" Gu Tianxing laughed loudly and said, "This is my son, Gu Tianxing." Whoosh! Gu Zhaoxi stood up and walked toward Eternal. Whoosh whoosh! Under the gazes of the League of Stars and Seas, the battleship spewed out flames and flew out of the crossing heaven world, merging into the endless universe. "Vice Leader," the Great Elder muttered, "in 5 years, nephew can break through to the half-step Tianji." "In theory, it's extremely difficult," Vice Leader Ping said. This was because the Alliance leader was here, so he spoke more tactfully. In his heart, he was thinking that even if those geniuses participating in the universe sacred war could break through to the half-step Tianji, it was impossible to do so in 5 years. "Brother." After Eternal flew out of the crossing heaven world, Jun Changshao walked over and patted Gu Zhaoxi's shoulder. "In the future, when you say half-step Tianji, can you add the word realm? Can you not add the word probably?" "Why? Let's not talk about machines." 5 years later, Jun Changshao sat in the cockpit and swirled the water in his glass. He looked at the endless space and said, "I want all the galaxies to remember the Sect of all times." The universe sacred war held once every 1,000 years was a great chance for him to make a name for himself. As long as he had fame, he would be able to gain reputation. As long as he had reputation, he would be able to use hacks without fear. Also, Jun Changshao said, "The main mission is for me to rule the universe. If Disciple becomes the champion of the universe sacred war and defeats the geniuses of the various galaxies and planes, will that count as completing the mission?" "Host is thinking too much," the system said. Jun Changshao said, "The mission only said to rule the universe and didn't give a hard target. Combined with the mission points from helping Euphia restore the royal family's prestige, it means that the so-called rule the universe is not conquered with strength." The system was speechless. "Of course," Jun Changshao said, "I definitely won't be stupid and wait for the main competition 10 years later. During this period, I will go around the various galaxies. Maybe I will complete the main mission in advance and step into the real Tianji state." "Do you think the author will give you so much time to wander around?" The system said, "Believe it or not, the next chapter is 5 years later." Jun Changshao said, "Believe it." So, The system said, before the great art of spring and autumn is activated, hurry up and plan your disciples' cultivation so that they will have a reasonable reason to become stronger 5 years later and not be criticized by the readers. Look, they are actually using hacks. Tianwei's secret realm. Phew. Yi Xingqian exhaled and looked up at the city gate tower with the words Hulao Pass engraved on it. He said with a cold gaze, I will spend these 5 years alone in the secret realm. Boom. 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 Lu Bu jumped out and roared, Thief, give me back my equipment. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, Yi Xingqian was defeated and announced the end. Previously, he was able to defeat this SS-grade demonized heroic soul because of the cooperation of his fellow sect members. If he was alone, he would definitely be beaten up. It did not matter. Knight Emperor was defeated, but he was very happy. Because this was the goal he had set for himself in these 5 years. He did not rely on others and defeated the other party personally. Boom. Boom. In an empty area in the east of the sect of all times, Xiao Ziji carried a heavy mountain and walked forward step by step. Physique cultivator. Never to be left behind. He and Yi Xingqian were not the only ones who were busy. All the disciples who signed up for the universal sacred battle were actively cultivating for no other reason than to let the sect of all times become famous in the universe. These people were already crazy enough under Jun Changxiao's nurturing. Now that they started to focus on cultivation, they really did not give the participants from other dimensions any chance to survive. Time passed. Gone forever. 5 years passed just like that. Chapter 1795. 5 years. A full 5 years. Eternal was still roaming the universe. During this time, Jun Changxiao had passed through many planes and experienced different cultures. His mental state had improved a little and he had also earned a lot of martial arts resources. Don't ask how he earned it, it would be profiteering. Of course. His face had also improved along with his mental state. After all, a businessman not only had to be eloquent but also had to bargain. Otherwise, how could he earn profits? Patriarch. Flying out from a certain plane, Shangguan Xinyao skillfully set the route and said, We will arrive at the crossing heaven world in about half a month. Okay. Jun Changxiao leaned on the seat and held his face with one hand. 5 years didn't leave any traces on his exquisite face. Instead, he emitted a stronger aura of a superior, as well as the shrewdness of a businessman. It could be said that he was a contradictory combination of prestige and unscrupulousness. Whoosh! Eternal cut through the void and flew towards the crossing heaven world. As for the plane that Jun Changxiao came from, a group of bruised and swollen local cultivators were lying on the ground and shouting in unison, Seiko, you bastard, of all people, you had to provoke a demon. Seiko didn't say anything because he had already fainted from the abuse. The situation was like this. When Eternal was flying in the universe, it almost collided with another warship. The other side opened the door and cursed, even taking out a transmission token to shake people. Jun Changxiao was furious. I was flying in a straight line. You came from the side. Do you think I'm blind? Can't you see that I'm trying to scam you? Brat! Seiko pointed at Go Xing's nose and said angrily, This daddy's men are coming. If you don't pay up today, then leave your life behind. Wait, too slow. Jun Changxiao said, Why don't we go to your territory? Seiko was a little stunned. He had been in this business for a long time, and this was the first time he met someone who took the initiative to go to his territory. Okay. Come if you dare. And so, he brought Jun Changxiao to his home. At first glance, it looked like he was leading a person, but in reality, he was leading a group of demons. The following plot was nothing more than local cultivators standing up for him, but in the end, they were all defeated. Not only were they injured, but they also lost their space rings. It was already good enough that Jun Changxiao wasn't trying to scam him. Yet, Jun Changxiao actually wanted to scam him. Crossing heaven world. Standing outside of the Palace of the Alliance of Stars, Gu Tianxing said, "There are only 3 days to go until the meeting. Why hasn't the little thief returned yet?" Vice Alliance leader Pring whispered, "Could he have stood you up?" "In my opinion," the great elder said, "Jun Changshao doesn't take the universe sacred war seriously at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let so many disciples sign up 5 years ago." "I won't," Gu Tianxing said. "I believe that guy. Although he said so, he was thinking in his heart, brat, if you dare to stand me up, I'll beat you up no matter where you are." Swish! At this time, the sky was distorted. A majestic battleship flew past and then slowly docked on the lawn at the foot of the League of Stars and Seas. Caw. The cabin door opened, and Jun Changshao walked out and shouted, "Uncle, I'm here." His voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the crossing heaven realm. The geniuses who were on their way to crossing Sky City to participate in the preliminaries all stopped and frowned. Pressure. They suddenly became unprecedentedly strong. "I have a bad feeling about this qualifier," a contestant said with a serious expression. "Don't worry, young master." The old servant who accompanied him smiled. "There are 50 spots for this qualifier. As long as you get 1 spot, you can go to the Star System Advancement competition." "That's true." The young contestant felt relieved. He then shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "Maybe I've been cultivating too hard and taking the qualifier too seriously. I've become worried." League of Stars and Seas, Main Hall. Gu Tianxing carefully observed Jun Changshao and found that he seemed to have become more elegant and cunning in the past 5 years. "Uncle," Jun Changshao said, "this time I happened to come across a world where herbs are the main ingredient. I brought back many herbs of different quality. Please accept them." All kinds of treasures and potted plants appeared out of thin air. Gu Tianxing was very knowledgeable in this area and was immediately interested. However, he soon asked with a suspicious look, "Did you steal them?" Jun Changshao was speechless. "I spent a lot of money to buy them. There are receipts and invoices." "Nephew, you're too kind." Gu Tianxing waved his hand and kept all the herbs. At first, he called him a dog thief. Now, he called him nephew. This change in attitude was too real. "Oh right," Gu Tianxing said, "where's my son?" "He's training. He'll be back tomorrow," Jun Changshao said. "Oh," Gu Tianxing asked again, "what about your disciples?" "They're training too." Gu Tianxing was speechless. "The qualifier is around the corner. Why don't you let them come back quickly? Do you take the Universe Holy War seriously?" "Uncle," Jun Changshao said, "I'm very serious." Indeed, in the past 5 years, he had been emphasizing for his disciples to cultivate diligently. He was very serious and even treated it as a top priority. No wonder when he shouted, the contestants would feel a lot of pressure. After all, the sloppy disciples of the Sect of all times were already very scary. If they were treated seriously, there was no hope at all. 5 years passed quickly. Naturally, 3 days passed even faster. On this day, in the eternal world, the weather turned from sunny to cloudy. Shwa! Jun Changshao strode out of the main hall. He put on the patriarch's special cloak and tidied his collar. He said loudly, "Gather." Boom. Outside the mountain, Xiao Ziji put down Big Mountain and quickly returned to the Sect. Under the light of the morning sun, his exposed muscles appeared to be dazzling and holy. It could be seen that after 5 years of body tempering, although there was no substantial improvement in his realm, his defense had increased a lot. Little do, because he's afraid of pain, he increased his defense? It was early in the morning. A meter of sunlight shone through the window. Su Xiaoma got up and walked to the wardrobe to take out the brand new Sect of all times uniform. After passing it around, he looked back at Xia Shuiyun, who was still sleeping, and said to himself, "I'll be back soon." Creak. He opened and closed the door gently. However, when he walked out of the small courtyard he built 5 years ago, a lazy voice came from behind. "You're not waiting for me?" Xia Shuiyun was already awake. She leaned against the window, her waterfall-like hair cascading down, looking very feminine. "I'm afraid I'll disturb your rest." Creak! The door opened. Xia Shuiyun had already changed into her uniform and tied up her messy black hair. She said, "Don't forget, I'm your fiancé and also a disciple of the Sect of all times." Su Xiaoma was silent for a while, then reached out his hand and smiled. "Let's go." Xia Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him, but still reached out her hand. Then, they left the home they had built together for 5 years and officially returned to the Sect of all times. A winner in life. Su Xiaoma. Chapter 1796. Whoosh, whoosh. In the heavenly might's secret realm, Yi Xingqian half squatted on the ground, sweat dripping down his chin. Kid, in the distance, the demonized Lu Bu sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "Return my equipment." Judging from the potholes on the Hulao Pass battlefield, the two of them should have fought for a long time and seemed to be exhausted. TSK. Yi Xingqian stood up, put away the sky piercer and set, and disappeared on the spot. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, "Next time, you will definitely lose." 5 years. He had challenged the demonized Lu Bu for 5 years. From being abused at the beginning, to barely holding on, to a narrow defeat, to now holding on until the end, Yi Xingqian was improving almost every moment. However, it was the same as Xiao Ziji's situation. He had been stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, and had not broken through. There was no other way. To reach the half-step Heavenly Secrets realm, one needed too many opportunities. It was not something that could be improved by hard work. This guy, after watching Yi Xingqian leave, the demonized Lu Bu lay on the ground dejectedly and said unwillingly, "He's getting stronger and stronger each time. I can't do anything to him at all." It was mainly because he did not have any equipment and his equipment was worn by the other party. Otherwise, he would still be able to defeat the other party after 5 years. Whoosh! Outside the secret realm, Yi Xingqian was teleported out. He had planned to take a cold shower, but when he heard the patriarch's call, he immediately dismissed the idea and went to the main hall. On the martial arts field, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had already arrived. All of them stood with their heads held high and chests puffed out. In the past 5 years, many disciples had not obtained any great opportunities and were still stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. However, their aura and temperament had changed drastically. Counting their ages, most of them were almost 50 years old. However, because the lifespan of a high-level martial arts world was easily thousands of years old, they were still very young and full of vitality. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, Su Xiaoma flew over holding Xia Shuiyun's hand. Then, he returned to the spot that was specially reserved and smiled at his fellow disciples. They had known each other for a long time and did not know how to say polite words. It was all in mutual trust. "Who?" A gust of cold wind blew. Lu Qianqian, whose clothes were whiter than snow, landed in front of her fellow disciples. Just like what Dodo had said in the previous chapter, time did not leave any traces on Jun Changshao's face because his face was too thick. However, this eldest disciple, who was as cold as snow, was the one who had not changed at all. Perhaps it was because his face was too cold. Swish! Swish! A short while later, Long Xiang, Li Tiantian, and the other disciples arrived. There were 40 to 50 of them, so I won't list their names one by one to avoid being criticized again. All in all, those who participated in the Universe Sacred War would definitely have a name and surname. Whether or not they could be shown on camera would depend on the situation. For example, Jing Ji and Mao Xiaodao might be pulled in to make up their names. "Is everyone here?" Jun Changshao asked. "Everyone's here." Set off. Jun Changshao flicked his sleeves, put on his sunglasses, and strode out of the mountain gate. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the other disciples followed closely behind. Because there were more people and their auras were stronger, the scene was quite shocking. Strange. Elder Wei was puzzled. Can't you just spread the news? Why do you have to bring the disciples out of the sect? Du Tian City. Because it was the day of the preliminaries, the streets were filled with people. In the central area of the city, the previous registration location had been temporarily set up with a battle stage and a spectator stand. There were participants going through the procedures to enter. Alliance Master Gu. The person in charge of the Du Tian region, Li Renfu, was puzzled. Where are the people from the sect of all times? Don't worry. Gu Tianxing, who was sitting on the highest level spectator stand, said, On the way. Li Renfu was silent for a while, then said, Alliance Master Gu, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak, Gu Tianxing said. Li Renfu said, The Universe Sacred War is the highest level competition for geniuses in the entire upper universe. June Patriarch, who you brought here earlier, allowed so many disciples to participate. This is quite amusing. Whether it's child's play or not, we'll only know after we fight. Gu Tianxing also thought that Jun Changshao was too careless, but since they had already registered and were about to start, he could only choose to believe it. Moreover, in the 5 years that his son had left, although he had not broken through to the half-step Heavenly Secrets realm, he had already entered the peak of the truth-seeking realm. This made him deeply believe that Jun Changshao's disciples would not be too bad. Even if all of them did not advance, at least a few outstanding geniuses would appear. Speaking of Gu Zhaoxi, this guy's realm and height could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long after he was born, Gu Tianxing tempered his body with all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Then, he focused on cultivating in the sect of all times for 5 years. It was normal for him to break through to this level. Regretfully, he did not fulfill his promise to leave the Du Tian realm. This could not be blamed on him. After all, he had been stuck as a core disciple for 5 years. If he had to blame someone, then it was Go Sheng and the system. One did not cheat, and the other did not give anything good. Young Master Chu is here. At this moment, a shout sounded outside the venue, attracting the attention of all the warriors. Swoosh! In their field of vision, 6 burly warriors carrying a luxurious palanquin flew over from mid-air and stopped steadily at the entrance. Alliance Leader Gu. Li Renfu hurriedly said, The number 1 genius of the Du Tian realm is here. I have to go and receive him. Go ahead. Gu Tianxing nodded and looked at the man in brocade who walked out from the crowd. He thought to himself, this little guy is stronger than 100 years ago. I wonder if the disciple of the sect of all times called Yi Xingchen can defeat him? Chu Wanga, the number 1 genius of the Du Tian realm. No matter what sword or saber, they were all nothing in front of him. Especially 100 years ago, during the genius competition held by the Du Tian realm, he fought his way to the finals. No matter what level of opponent he encountered, he defeated them in one move. Hence, he was also known as Chu One Move. Unlike a popular genius like Gui Yuhuan, Chu Wanga had both looks and strength. He could be said to be a genuine acting genius, especially since he lived in seclusion. Hence, there were only legends about him in the martial arts world, but it was rare for people to see him. No suspense. Young Master Chu will definitely be first. The other contestants can only fight for second place. It's hard to say. 5 years ago, that stink-faced young man could defeat Gui Yuhuan in one move. I'm afraid he will bring trouble to young Master Chu. TSK, young Master Chu participated in the genius competition and won the championship in one move. How can that guy be compared to him? After Chu Wanga entered the venue, the warriors began to talk about him. Their words were full of envy and admiration. If a person was outstanding, they might be envied by others. If a person was outstanding to the extreme, they would only be in awe and even feel ashamed of their inferiority. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of verbs came from the main street, startling the passers-by and causing them to look back with a stunned expression. Because the camera was placed on the ground, the lens was facing the other end of the street. Accompanied by the background music of superstars in troubled times, heads appeared one after another, followed by strong and unyielding figures. Finally, they stepped in front of the camera. Thud. Thud. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, and the other disciples were lined up at the entrance. Animators must remember to use slow motion here. From the moment the disciples of the sect of all times appeared to the moment they stopped, they must give the passers-by and warriors close-up shots. They must also maintain their frozen and shocked expressions. Otherwise, the effect will not be achieved. Swoosh. Jun Changshao, who was walking in the Doflamingo footwork to the rhythm, stopped in front of the disciples. First, he took off his sunglasses and blew out a smoke ring. Then, he spread his legs and spread his arms. With a strange smile, he said, "For today's preliminaries, the sect of all times has booked the whole venue." Chapter 1797. Jun Changshao had arrived with his disciples. Sure enough, his entrance was as shocking and eye-catching as ever. It was as silly as ever. What a show-off! Shameless boasting. Arrogant and despotic. Everyone looked at him with disdain. It was not their fault for being ridiculed this time. It was mainly because Jun Changshao was asking for a beating. So what if he made a high-profile entrance? Why did he have to shout that the sect of all times wanted to book the whole place? Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, "It's okay for young people to be arrogant, but it's not good to be too arrogant." He was more optimistic about Yi Xingchen, but it was impossible for the sect of all times to book all 50 places. If they encountered Chu Wanji, some disciples would definitely be eliminated. Enter. At this time, Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. The participating disciples led by Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang stepped in. On the way, Night Emperor quietly put the magically modified stereo on his shoulder back into his spatial ring. They were going to the competition area. Go Xing went to the spectator area. Because Gu Tianxing had led them to register, their seats were next to each other. "Uncle." Jun Changshao sat down, put his hands behind his back, leaned his head forward, and put his legs on the stand in front of him. He smiled and said, "I'm not late, am I?" "Just in time," Gu Tianxing said. Jun Changshao released his spiritual sense and spread it to the young martial artists in the corner of the venue. He said, "These are the geniuses of the heaven-crossing realm?" "Yes." "They're a little ordinary." Gu Tianxing pointed to Chu Wanji, who stood out among the crowd, and said, "This person is the #1 genius of the heaven-crossing realm. If your disciples encounter him, they will definitely be eliminated, even if it's Yi Xingchen." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao looked at him and said, "This person is indeed a little complicated, but I'm afraid he won't be a threat to Yi Xingchen." Gu Tianxing realized that this kid was too good at acting, so he chose to remain silent and wait for the preliminaries to begin. Jun Changshao didn't say anything. He muttered to himself, "Should I take this opportunity to advertise?" When it came to advertisements, the cultivators of Falling Star Continent felt their scalps go numb. This was because in the past, dragons and tigers contending for supremacy were simply unbearable and painful memories. Even now, great senior imperial city's City Lord Han was still immersed in the advertisements, unable to extricate himself. "Forget it." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Leave it to fate." Now, he didn't care about the number of disciples. He only wanted talented teenagers. Therefore, when he recruited them, he looked at their faces. What's more, there were so many teenagers from the eternal world coming to the sect every year, so the sect was completely self-sufficient. More and more geniuses entered the participant area. They were either standing alone or in groups of 2 or 3. All of them looked at the dozens of Sect of all times disciples gathered in the corner with peculiar gazes. If it wasn't for the fact that the universe holy battle was a one-on-one competition, everyone might have suspected that these weirdly dressed disciples were here to fight in a group. Senior apprentice brother, Li Tiantian said, "I'm a little excited." He had participated in competitions before, but this was the first time he participated in such a high-level competition, especially with nearly 1,000,000 spectators sitting around him. Therefore, he was very nervous. "Treat it as if you're sparring with your fellow disciples," Li Qingyang said. Li Tiantian scratched his head and said, "It depends on who I'm sparring with. If it's senior apprentice brother Yi, he'll definitely explode." Sima Zhongdao Hualing and the others agreed. If it were their fellow disciples sparring with each other, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, if it was a core disciple like Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji, it wouldn't be a sparring, but a beating. "It's not a big problem," Su Xiaoma said. "These contestants shouldn't be at junior apprentice brother Ye's level. You can fight without any worries." "That's good." Li Tiantian breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look at the contestants in the distance. He couldn't help but look at Chu Wanji. Seeing that she was calm, he immediately straightened his chest and raised his head. He represented the Sect of all times. How could he lose to others in terms of momentum before the competition started? Everyone. At this moment, the person in charge of the preliminaries, Li Renfu, appeared in the center of the venue and said loudly, "Welcome to the 11th Universe Sacred War, the preliminaries of the Crossing Heaven domain. Next, there will be a competition for 50 spots to advance." Aha! Everyone yawned. They wanted to see the competition start immediately instead of listening to such a boring opening. "All the contestants are in position. Please look at the big screen." Li Renfu turned around. A stream of light gradually gathered in midair. On it there were 2 names filled in. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "The preliminaries don't choose the opponents, but directly decided by the officials?" Gu Tianxing said, "That's right." From the screen, it could be seen that the competition was divided into many groups. The warriors of each group that advanced would fight against the warriors of another group, and so on until they reached the end, which was equivalent to obtaining a spot to advance. Strange. Jun Changshao found a problem. The 45 disciples that he had signed up for were all divided into different groups. If they fought round by round, they could all obtain a spot. They wouldn't meet their fellow disciples in the process and successfully avoid internal conflict. "Uncle," Jun Changshao said, "they separated all my disciples. It's obvious that they did it on purpose." "Some time ago, Li Renfu looked for me," Gu Tianxing explained. "He said that your Sect of all times has registered too many disciples. In order to avoid meeting each other in the round, they had to be separated. If you want to obtain a spot, you have to fight your way out." Jun Changshao was speechless. The officials suspected that he had registered so many disciples and hoped that they would meet each other in the competition and then let some of them advance. Sigh. Go Xing shook his head and said, "You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. All right." Since they were all separated, he could book the whole place. Jun Changshao was quite supportive of the officials' grouping, which seemed to prevent the Sect of all times disciples from cheating. At least they didn't have to worry about internal conflicts, so all the disciples could obtain a spot. Come on, come on." Jun Changshao's eyes blazed with passion as he said, "I can't wait to see all the disciples successfully advance." Gu Tianxing shook his head and pointed to the group at the bottom left corner of the screen. "Your disciple, Li Tiantian, will face Chu Wanji in the first round. Don't dream of advancing all the way." After his reminder, Jun Changshao realized that Li Tiantian's group and his first opponent was actually Chu Wanji. So he covered his face and said, "It's over." "Of course," Gu Tianxing said. In his opinion, if he met Yi Xingchen, the two might have a fierce battle. It was hard to say who would win. But if he met other disciples, especially non-core disciples, he would definitely be finished. Uncle, Jun Changshao added, when I said it's over, I meant after a pause, he said, Chu Wanji. Gu Tianqing reached out and pulled his face, roaring, will you die if you don't show off? Chapter 1798. Because the qualifiers had been divided into groups in advance, there was no need to waste time and ink to draw lots, which saved a lot of time. However, the contestants found their names one after another. After confirming that their first opponent was not Chu Wanji, they all breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who they met, they could not meet him. Otherwise, they would be defeated in one move, not even having a chance to make it to the second round. Li Shangtian. This name is very funny. Sect of all time's disciple? He's quite unlucky to meet Chu Yizhao in the first round. Everyone looked at the Sect of all time's disciples with gloating eyes, hoping to find Li Shangtian among them. They wanted to see what kind of expression he would have. Senior brother, Li Shangtian said, my opponent seems to be very strong. It's not a big problem, Li Qingyang said. Li Shangtian was speechless. For core disciples like them, this qualifier was not a problem. However, he was a newbie, and it was his first time participating in such a grand competition. Contestants, please take your positions. At this time, Li Renfu shouted loudly. Let's go. Li Qingyang and the others shook their heads and shrugged their shoulders. They gave each other an encouraging look and walked to their respective group. Many contestants were paying attention. When they saw Li Shangtian walking to the east, they were certain that he was the unlucky guy who met Chu Yizhao in the first round. As a top genius of the crossing heaven world, Chu Wanji was definitely the most popular in the qualifiers. Anyone who met him would definitely be eliminated. Sigh. Gu Tianqing shook his head. Brat, your plan to book the whole place is a goner. Is that so? A smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. He did not refute. If he wanted others to believe him, he had to prove it with his strength. There were many small arenas in the venue. Contestants from various groups gathered nearby. They were all busy warming up, and even their blood was starting to boil. Make a name for yourself. It would start with the qualifiers. On the contrary, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were calmer. After joining the Sect of all times, they had experienced all kinds of competitions. They were already as calm as still water, unless they met a strong opponent. How boring, Yi Xingchen said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go through the procedures to enter the main competition, he wouldn't have participated in the preliminaries because the contestants were too trashy. The first pair of contestants in each group. Get on the stage. Schwa. Schwa. Geniuses of all shapes and sizes ascended the stage one after another. Since there were too many disciples of the Sect of all times who had signed up, it was inevitable that someone would take the lead. Who? He Woody. He stood in the arena and thought to himself, you clearly want to keep a low profile. Why are you taking the lead? He Woody stole a glance at Jun Changshao on the spectator's stand and saw him smiling at him. He said helplessly, I can only follow the Patriarch's orders. The first round of the Universe Holy War preliminaries begins now. Li Renfu announced. Who? Who? In the blink of an eye, the auras of the dozens of arenas erupted. The contestants first cupped their hands politely and then began the fierce battle. It had to be said that the martial artists who dared to sign up for the competition were not weak. They were all in the truth-seeking realm, and some of them were even at the upper level or even the peak level. Boom. Boom. The battle on the 12th arena was the most exciting. The two contestants both unleashed their strongest cultivation and performed all kinds of martial arts. It was an exciting battle. Of course, most of the audience's attention was focused on the 9th arena, on He Woody. Daring to let so many disciples participate, did the Sect of all times really have the ability or did they purposely make up the numbers? Boom. Boom. The battle began. The contestant named Do Haitao performed a fierce palm technique right from the start. He Wudi kept retreating and even looked extremely embarrassed. Everyone's mouth twitched. Do Haitao was only average among all the contestants. He was suppressed right from the start. The Sect of all times was indeed here to make fun of him. Kid, Gu Tianxing said in a deep voice, your disciple is only at this level? Uncle. Jun Changshao said, look back. Look my ass. Gu Tianxing yelled, he's suppressed right from the start. Do you think he can fight back? Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the arena. Do Haitao staggered a few steps back. This, Gu Tianxing was stunned. He had been watching the entire fight and had clearly seen He Wudi throw out a punch in a moment of panic, accidentally breaking his opponent's move and even striking his opponent's chest. Look, Jun Changshao said, isn't it better now? Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, he was lucky once, but can he be lucky again? That was right. He Wudi was suppressed by his opponent, but he always broke his opponent's move in an incredible way at the critical moment. Gu Tianxing's expression became interesting. It was understandable that he was lucky once, but it was strange that he was lucky multiple times. Or was his opponent deliberately hiding his strength? Impossible. Gu Tianxing immediately denied. This guy should be really lucky. As a top powerhouse in the upper universe, he was very good at reading people. He would never believe that He Wudi was deliberately acting. In fact, he was acting. Because it was so real, there were no flaws. Boom. After fighting for a while, He Wudi pretended to be in a difficult situation and knocked Do Haitao out of the arena. Then, he sat on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was to tell the audience that although he won, it was a fluke. Sure enough, everyone believed it and thought that he was too lucky. Do Haitao, who was knocked out of the arena, was so angry that his face turned red. From the beginning to the end, he clearly had the upper hand, but he still lost in the end. The winner of group number 9, He Wudi. The second team of each group, come on stage. From the referee's shout, it was not difficult to see that the other groups had already determined the winner. He Wudi was too engrossed in acting and had unknowingly delayed a lot of time. The second team of each group went on stage one after another. For this match, Yi Xingchen was the one to fight. The proud Knight Emperor waited for the referee to announce the start of the match. He instantly approached his opponent and threw a punch. How could fast be described? Just as the referee announced the start of the match, before the final note disappeared, the match had already ended. It took no more than a second. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Star and Invincible are simply two extremes. One attacked, one defended. Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji. One was wild, one was lazy. Yi Xingchen and He Wudi. Including the time when he went to Zi's bed when he was drunk, Knight Emperor could be said to be made of iron. They were from the same sect of all times and could be said to be the strongest couple among the sect of all time's disciples. Thud. After winning, Yi Xingchen walked down from the arena. Because his performance was too strong, the other contestants all avoided him, fear in their eyes. It's over. Someone wailed in his heart, my opponent in the next round is him. The match continued. The disciples of the sect of all times went on stage one after another, letting the audience know that He Wudi was the only weak one. The other contestants were very strong and often defeated their opponents with instant kills. For example, the snow-white Lu Qianqian and the impregnable Xiao Ziji. There's no suspense. There's simply a bunch of monsters. We can only depend on Chu Wanji. While everyone was discussing, Li Renfu announced, the last contestants of each group come on stage. The highlight is here. Everyone locked their eyes on the 8th arena and looked at Chu Wanji, who represented the hope of the crossing heaven realm. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and smiled. As long as the heavens defeat this person, they can announce the end of the preliminaries in advance.